Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Rights for Vets. We appreciate you being out here right now. We have a special guest today, Mr. Nuge Rugu, which everybody knows Mr. Nuge Rugu. Meanwhile, get yourself a cup of coffee, grab your socks, and grab your cockpits. Say hi, Nudie.
Oh, shit. No, that one was better. Okay. There we go. You didn't catch that. It was changed. Messing with my avatar.
I like that. It's
You
got
like that?
class. Yeah. It's got a
That's
certain, you know,
that's a rude nugu right there.
that's You hear that, 12 Bravo? You're just missing your Rue Google.
Here,
Each.
I will change it for the, at least I'll start doing this, I think, a little more now that we're getting closer to having a reason to. Anyways.
Well, I'm surprised today's a Friday. Nobody's out here.
Does that surprise you?
Yeah, usually Friday it's a booby night.
Except we're in Saturday now.
Oh shit, that's right. Saturday.
Does that change it though? I think it's the same.
Yeah, well, it changes a little bit. They're all sleeping now.
Lazy sods. Wake up, get up.
Uh,
2, 3, 4, 5. Well, it's 5. Yeah, it's 5 your time, isn't it?
Yes, gotta be. Yep. 5 o'clock. Yep. Right on the nose.
To anybody who's been crazy enough listening so far, we've been up all night.
As you probably can tell. If 12 Bravo was nice, he'd bring us some matcha tea and some, good fruit juice or something.
Yeah. But he won't do it.
No,
That's not nice of you, 12B.
that's right. Yeah. Oh my God. So what do we got going today, there, Newt?
Oh, I got a lot of things going. Tons of stuff going. Yeah, as I was telling you earlier, very busy still getting this transition underway. We've got some awesome things with in the world of finance, negotiating, and trying to get the best. Well, they're trying to get our business. Let's put it that way. So, in the meantime, Freddie and I are just gathering our gatherings and getting all prepared so that we have a nice bridge to go into. So, this should be an interesting week. It's been a little bit more longer than kind of planned, but that's okay. It's working out for the best. Other than that, interesting stuff going on in the corporate world. As everybody knows, banks collapsing and whatnot. And the narrative and the agenda pushing forward as it's intended to do. So I was thinking this is, great opportunities to have some discussions maybe about that. And also the narrative that I talk about quite a lot, which is more of a reason and gets more obvious every day why people should think about that narrative and maybe look towards saving themselves. And what about you? Are you awake?
Oh yeah, I'm right up. Oh yeah, believe me, I'm just trying to wake up Mama right now. She's sleeping. Wake up, baby, wake up. I dropped the
12 beats it. I heard that bastard.
Yeah, I dropped the aspirin. It's on the floor now, baby. Feel better now. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm scared, mommy, make it stop. Yeah, that's what I said on my way out too. It didn't work though. It was basically get the hell out of here and get to work. And it's
Mm-hmm.
been that way ever since, you know.
Oh yeah, I remember them days. Time to get up, not already. Come on, Martha, not now. I'm sore. I got to go to work.
I was excellent at memorizing where the snooze button was. I was so good at that. Didn't matter how half crocked and in my sleep I was, I could hit that thing from across the room with an eraser if I had to, just shut that damn alarm off.
Well, that is good. That is good. They
I
used to
got
drop
good
mine
at
on the floor.
why I didn't hear my alarm too. Just having to
Yeah.
think about being a picture, you know, I don't know why I didn't wake up.
Oh man, been a long day. It really has been.
Has
So,
been.
so is there any words of wise wisdom here we can get off you here today? Something
I
good?
think so. I think so. I think there might be some stuff that we can talk about. Um, some interesting stuff. I thought maybe we'll go a little deeper into the land of the rabbit hole indoctrinative narrative a little bit. And I've been coming up with some stuff and putting it down for some good focuses when we're doing these lives when I'm on your show. One of them I thought that we can center around was sort of the epitome of where indoctrination starts, is to ask the question, something that people will know very well. But most people don't really actually take a second guess or a second look at what this thing actually is or means and represents. They just sort of take it for face value, what they're taught and told and what it represents, and actually end up attaching their heartstrings and their emotional pride centers and everything. It's this thing called a nation. So I thought a good topic that we could discuss is centered around a question that asks, first and foremost, what is a nation? And then a couple of sub questions to elaborate on that and dive deep into, once we understand what a nation is, go to the different sides of objective view on what a nation is and see if it's something that do we really want to be holding dear to our hearts. Do we even have a healthy way of functioning with it? Is it a good thing? Is it not? And then do we want to go even further and decide maybe whether or not we want to let it go and stuff? So a lot of people will obviously identify with this thing called a nation, and a lot of people know 12B need to make a pod. Yeah, he knows. Yeah, this will be a good one. Make 2 pots and a matcha. Make a pot of matcha, actually, while you're at it. Bring it up for us. Okay, so a lot of people obviously will identify with this thing called a nation. And a lot of people have heard me talk about the stuff that I talk about and know that I talk about getting to the root of indoctrination and why people are stuck the way they are with their indoctrinated views. And one of the most fundamental parts of the indoctrinated process is was come up to utilize this fictional tool that we call a nation, but we all identify with it, and we just sort of function with this as if it's just sort of the way that we need to, and there's really no other options other than that way of function. So let me start by asking you, Wrights, that question. In your best description, how do you define a nation? What is a nation?
Well, there's no such thing. It's a facade, a fiction, a makeup by man's law or imagination.
Very good. So it's a made up fiction. Okay, so now how would most indoctrinated people, do you think, how would they define answer that question? Well, let me, if I were to have asked you that 12 months ago, what would your answer be? What is a nation? Go back 12 months ago.
All right. A nation,
Yeah.
a culture, one culture, in a nation being ruled by government.
One culture. Let me get that straight again. One culture.
One
What was
nation,
the second part? One nation.
you know, being governed by government.
Being governed by a government. Okay. Okay. That's an interesting summary. Do you want to elaborate on that? Is there like other expectations or functions that are sort of required for something to be truly defined as a nation?
Oh, well, you have to have borders.
Okay.
You have to have laws.
Okay.
You have to have working bees. Just like you have to have the leaders, um, rules, laws. Uh, Basically, that's all I can think of offhand.
So
Like
it's
just a regular nation, just regular
right.
people following the rules of law to the government and obeying and just working, making a living, being free, democracy.
Being free. Okay. It sounds like to me, um, like when there's a royal family of king and queen or king and queens, and they have minions, and it's sort of like a step above tribalism, but it is tribalism. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I would say so. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And let's look at the pros and cons of this way of functioning. Let's do the pros first. What are the pros of this type of a structure?
The pros 12 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay, leadership. Um, Let me think about this now. Leadership. Shit, that's a good question. What's the formula? Leadership, schooling, working, freedom, democracy. Uh, Basically, that's all I can think of. Honestly, that's all there is to it, as far as I'm concerned.
Interesting. Not too much.
No,
um,
no. Basically, that's
okay.
what it is.
All right. And again, back 12 months ago or so, the cons.
The cons, really?
Yeah. Remember, 12 months ago,
Okay.
or more.
Things are getting worse. Government tyranny. People aggravated with each other. People can't talk to each other. Uh, Prices going up high. Shortage of food. drugs. Let's see. Hold on. Medical going up. No respect for other people. Kids are turning into males to females, females to males. Our fake news. Fake corporations who lie to us. Money and greed.
Okay. So what you just described is kind of like the turnout of the nation as you experienced it. And in your view, then, is that the way a nation is supposed to be?
No.
All right. So the next question to elaborate on this is, in your view, what is a nation supposed to be?
Now, is this 12 months ago or when I was younger?
Let's do both, but let's do the 12 months first.
12 months?
Or more when you were younger. Yeah, either way.
Okay.
Either way.
People living in harmony, helping one another, not stealing. Can have your doors open, windows open at nighttime. People not being mugged, kids not being stolen, no children or traffic, human trafficking. Prices were lower, food was better. Not so much population. Driving theaters, back seats. Other than and government was too scared to even do anything because the mother always stayed home watching the kids. You know what I mean? Correction schools if you did something wrong. Correction when you got home after you did something wrong in school. Uh, Police, they were okay. You got away with a lot of shit. They just didn't put you in jail for nothing. They'd let you go. Warning. It was all kinds of stuff.
Okay, well, I remember though that, okay, so you're describing what it was like back then. The question though is, in your view, and it could be the same thing, what is a nation supposed to be? So not necessarily what it is now or in the past, but what is it really supposed to be?
One government, one people, freedom. That's about
One
it.
government, one people, and freedom. Okay. And so you kind of touched base on this, but the next question was, we'll reiterate it again, was on the flip side, what is a nation in reality?
12 months ago?
We can do both.
12 months ago was still a pits. 12 months ago. A nation is supposed to be people that just to get together. You know what I mean? To be as one, as a nation.
Well, hold on, though. That's back to that was the other question of what is a nation supposed to be. This is the question is now we're in the real world.
Well, okay.
What actually is a nation?
What is a real nation?
In reality, yeah.
It's the pits. It's hell. It's unforgiving. It's tyranny. Dictators. Just no concern for life. That's all I can say right now. Just greed.
Okay. It's leaning towards more as the turnout of what happened because of what a nation is, but more fundamentally speaking.
Elaborate a little bit more, will you?
Okay, so for the previous question was, what is a nation supposed to be? And you described a good view of a nation is supposed to be a place where uh, people are more in harmony with each other, cooperative, where you're free, you feel free, you feel safe, I guess. You can leave your windows open, as you said,
Hmm.
right? This depicts the idea of what a nation is supposed to be. Now, in reality, what is it actually, fundamentally speaking?
In reality,
In
right now, it's just the
Yes,
opposite. It's just the opposite of what I said.
outside of the imagination, what is it?
It's just the opposite of what I said. You gotta lock your freaking doors. Gotta carry a weapon. You don't know who to trust. Can't trust your government. Can't trust your neighbors. Uh, People are scared to walk out in the streets. Basically, that's about it. It's just everything. It's just terrible. It really is.
Okay, so if you were, could you think of one word that um would sum up and hit the nail on the head of what a nation is in reality?
Hell, hell.
Yeah, definitely hell. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe one word that uh could help people understand why it's hell, because it's another descriptive name for what it actually is that's more semantically accurate.
I know you're fishing for something here, and I don't know exactly.
What do you do in a nation? What are most people doing most of the time?
Working?
Bingo.
Hmm.
Or working. And if you're working, are you living?
Not really. No.
Not really, right? Yeah, I mean, you're always living, right? But in this context. So excuse me, a place where most of your time is spent working, what's a good descriptive word to describe that? One word. Place where mostly all you do is just work.
Manufacturer, corporations. That's a good question. What would be the one word? That's a good question. Working, working, working. I honestly don't know. Guru.
And not only where you mostly work, but obviously where you work and most of the benefits are not yours, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's again, just put two and two together and imagine yourself doing this. Most of your time you're working and most of the time somebody else is benefiting from it.
The
What
government.
do right? Or yeah, variety, but definitely the government.
Hmm.
Um and what do we normally, when we read about this in textbooks and whatnot, and we see people who have done this in throughout different passages in history, what do we usually identify them as?
Thieves,
No,
tyrants.
no, 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 not those people. I'm talking about I'm talking about the workers,
Oh, uh, slaves.
slaves,
Uh,
right, right. And where do slaves work?
In plantation.
On a plantation. So would it be accurate that we could say that all of the representations of a plantation are very much alive and present and prominent in this thing we call a nation?
Elaborate a little bit more.
Well,
Uh,
those things that we just talked about, like what I just asked, things that you said that are in a plantation are, well, let's identify what are the things that are prominent on a plantation. What do you have on a plantation?
well, we have food, water, housing, transportation, taxes, bills. You can't get out of. You don't get enough money to pay because every time you get a raise, they raise up the prices of food or something. Medical. Uh,
Do you have slaves on a plantation?
do I have a what?
Slaves on a plantation.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm not alone in working in a factory. There's other slaves with me. Yes.
Right. Okay. So yeah,
Who-
so on a plantation, you've got slaves working, as we just said previously, uh, most of the time, right?
Mhm.
Where and they're not seeing most of the benefit of that. It's going to somebody else, right?
Right.
Uh, are the people on a plantation generally very educated?
No.
And are they usually treated very well?
No. Not at all.
And what happens when somebody on a plantation tries to leave a plantation? Or what if they talk about it amongst the other workers?
Hmm. What happens when they leave another plantation for another plant? What, you talking about another business, another place to work, or
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
talking about another? Okay.
Well,
Uh,
both, anything other than just staying focused in the plantation itself.
well, usually the company don't give a shit because they can always get somebody else to replace them. The guy that leaves usually leaves for something better. But I know a lot of times when I left, they got pissed off at me and just, gave me some bad, what do you call that?
Uh, we're not talking about that though. We're talking about a loudmouth speaking off to his peers in the plantation.
Oh, you'll get punished. Big time.
Right. Right.
Big time punished. Oh, yeah.
What kind of ways will he get punished?
I get fired.
Okay.
I
What
mean,
else?
big time fired,
Hmm.
Uh, give him a rotten job. Tell
Right.
other people that he's no good. Stay away from him.
Right. Right. He'll
I've
get
seen that happen
chastised.
before.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. It's just it's just no fun to work. Believe me, it isn't. Do the same job over and over and over again. You get tired of it, and you start complaining about it, and then they start cracking down on your ass, looking for things to kick you out.
Right. Okay. So now all the things that we just described that are on a plantation, could we say are the same things that you could accurately describe are of a nation?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So then would it be semantically correct or even arguable that plantation and nation are synonym?
Yeah, I could. I could. Yes.
Would there be any discrepancy with that?
In a lot of people's eyes, no, no, they wouldn't know the difference.
And just from a factual standpoint, not even just in people's eyes, is there factually and objectively any difference or discrepancies that could decipher uh, an obvious difference between a nation and a plantation?
No, they're both the same.
They're both the same. I concur. I don't see any difference at all. I don't. The only difference I see is the names that we put on things to make it look like there's something other than what they are. Semantics. So instead of calling you a slave, we call you an employee. Instead of a slave master, we call you boss, and so on and so forth. And so if that's the case, it really begs the question then, first of all, Is it even anything? There's several questions. First of all, is it even a real thing other than the experience? Because they've used not only semantics, but to get you to advocate for it and even clap and cheer for it, they use what do they use to get people to not only participate and advocate for it, but actually embrace and practically worship this thing called a nation? What do they use?
Money,
Well,
democracy, freedom.
my right now we're getting closer. Now we're getting closer.
Democracy, freedom. That's all I can think of. I can think of anything more. Boy, you're gonna get me thinking here. Give me a hint.
Starts with an F.
An S?
F.
Oh, F.
Yeah, it's actually. I'll give you a hint. It's a genre of movies that starts with an F.
Johnny or movies?
Yeah,
Johnny or movies? I wouldn't know.
it's a
Farm
very popular genre. It starts with an F.
starts with an F.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, starts with an F. What would start with an F? I don't know. I don't know.
List a few different types of genres in the movies. Let's see if I can jog your memory.
Genres.
Yeah.
Starts with an F. Frank
Just
Sinatra.
list a few that don't start with an F, and let's see if you'll get to it.
Gee, I hardly watch that many movies. The only ones I know are the old typers. John Wayne.
No, I think you don't have the definition of genre right. That's why.
Okay. All right.
Genre is category. So, like a genre of music would be rock, pop, metal. Those are different genres of music. So, what are some genres of movies?
Yeah, I thought you're cussing at me. Um,
Quit reading my mind.
Westerns.
Yeah,
Cowboys.
Western would be a genre. Yeah.
Okay,
What
science
else?
fiction.
There we go. There we go. We're getting close. Remember, we're looking for one that starts with an F.
Jeez, oh man. Science fiction, romance. Oh, this ain't fair. Shit, starts with an F.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep myself in the ass for this.
Yeah, you will, especially after you realize something.
Funnies.
Comedy, that's another one. Yeah.
Uh,
Starts with an F.
starts with an F.
Yeah. And you were close already with one of them. Mm-hmm.
I was close. F. What starts with an F? Can I cheat?
Go for it.
All right, let's see.
What are you going to do? Google it?
No, I'm going to look at my TV set. Hold on, I'm going to see what they got here. Bear with me. This is just too much. Come on. No, the TV ain't working now. There we go. Oh, come on. F. Can I call somebody? F.
Phone a friend?
There's no F in here. Oh, family.
That's another one. That does start with an F, but that's not the one.
Oh man.
And like I said, you were very close already with one that you said. One of the first couple that you said.
Fantasy.
Well, that's another that starts with an F. That's not the one, but actually, it would be a synonym for fantasy. And you could actually say that they use fantasy That's one way of putting it. But there's another category of genre that is very close to fantasy that also starts with an F.
It's got to be an F.
Yeah.
I know there's reality, fantasy. What's fantasy? Fantasy. Okay, if it's close to fantasy,
Yeah, it's like almost the twin sister of fantasy.
fiction.
Fiction. There we go.
Son of a b.
Maybe it's fiction. Yeah, you said science fiction, so you were close.
Wow. Yeah. Damn it.
So they use fiction for to get people to do these bizarre things, advocate for, embrace, and praise and worship a plantation. Now, how do they use fiction to get people? That's the question. And this leads into the most important part of this discussion, which is centered around indoctrination. It's always about indoctrination, but we're going to go into more specifics so we can understand what they're doing specifically and how to make that work. So, no better person to ask than a patriot or a former patriot, a work in progress former patriot, such
What you
as
talking
Wright.
about, Willie? What you talking about, Willie? So you want me to say it again one more time, and I'll.
Sure. So we've touched base on what I was saying is that they use fiction and fantasy as basically the number one tool to get the individuals
They
who are
lie.
working in a plantation to embrace, advocate for, be loyal to, and even worship the plantation. And so
Democracy.
so the question is what are the fictions and how are they doing that? How are they getting people to worship, be loyal to, and so on and so forth to the
They
nation?
lie. Manipulate.
So let's go specific. They absolutely do. But how do they lie? What do they lie about?
Oh.
Where do they lie? When do they lie?
Well, hey, you want to make something out of yourself, you got to work, and you got to work hard. You got to make that money. But as you're making that money, they're taking the money from you. You just can't get ahead of the game. But you get freedom out of it. Democracy. You know.
Okay.
You ain't nothing. Well,
Okay. So again, coming back to the um fantasy/fiction as a tool. Let's just use some of the stuff that you just threw out there off the top of your head. Money. Is money, what is money? Is money real?
12 months ago, I would said yes. Today, I say no.
What was the other ones that you said? Oh yeah.
Family, fantasy,
Uh, working to
like
pay for things. Working to pay for things. Having a job. What was the other things you said? There's a couple. I should have been writing the notes down.
science fiction.
No. The things that you remember, back to the question that I asked, which was more specifically how and where and are they lying?
Oh,
So
they lie when tell you that you have to work to make yourself better. The harder you work, the more you save, the more you'll get retirement.
okay, so so that's a narrative that they push out, right?
Correct.
Okay, and Where did they push that narrative out?
Everywhere. Every doggone plant, every damn.
Everywhere is a big where. They put it in the trees?
No, they don't put it in trees, but they put it in corporate.
Okay, so let's get specific then.
Okay.
Where do they push this ideology out to
The people.
the people? How do they get the people to learn or hear about this ideology?
Through school.
Through,
Obedience.
through school, right? Through school. That's probably the number one place, at least, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there other places?
Military.
Military, okay.
Churches.
Where else? Churches, absolutely.
Corporations. Like
Right,
police departments, fire departments,
right,
governments,
right.
unions, teachers. It's all over. It's all over the place.
Yeah, it is definitely all over the place. And there's one more specifically. Actually, I'm surprised you didn't put it at least as number 2. Never mind number 1. Other than school, school is definitely number 1. Maybe church would be right up there too, because a lot of people really have that whole worship thing ingrained in their indoctrination. But there's one other source that is the most rampant tool that people get narrative pushed through. What is it?
Rules, laws,
Source,
source. Okay.
tool. Yeah.
I don't like you. Let's see. Damn. How did I miss that? What? I thought I hit everything.
You're gonna slap yourself for this one too. You actually, access it quite a lot.
I've been what?
You access it yourself quite a lot.
I do.
You sure do.
Patriotism, democracy.
Source. It's a tool. It's a source.
It's a tool. Doggone it.
It's a tool to push out those narratives. A very, very heavy, big tool that is used. What is it? Source. It's a source tool.
Communication. TV.
Right. TV. Which what would be the genre to sum up the TV? It's the TV as the device, but what's the what do we call that form of source?
Brainwashing.
No, that's what the source does, but what is the source?
Indoctrination.
That's also what the source does, but what is the source? What source do we call that's doing the indoctrination? When you go watch the TV, what are you watching?
The news.
The news, right?
Fake news. Mm-hmm.
Which we what do we call that is the name of the source that's putting out the news?
What we call the broadcaster, news crew, broadcast.
All together, yeah, it's a class of genre. What do we call that? Starts with
CNN.
CNN.
Fox News. Am I getting close?
It's all of them together. What do we call that? Starts with an
M. Movies.
No.
No, you're not making my day here. Okay. M.
Yeah. All of these sources together, these,
Master ceremonies.
No,
Uh,
it's the head name for, you know, all of these stations and, you know, what do we call that? News outlets, what, all of them together. We call it the, starts with an M.
got it. Starts with an M.
Yeah. Short word, 5 letters.
5 letters. M, M. Now you got me. I don't know. I don't know. All of them together. All of them together. 5 letters. You
Yeah,
hate me. You hate me,
it's a
don't you?
it's a word that's used to sum up all the sources that you can get your news from.
All the sources you can get your news from. That starts with an M.
Yeah. 5-letter word.
Oh boy. 5-letter word M. All the sources at one time. I don't know, Guru. I don't know. You got me stumped in this one.
I don't know whether other hint I can put onto it.
I'll pay you to tell me.
Wow. Make me an offer.
M, M, M. And they all come together. Meetings.
No,
Meat. That's meat. Meat. No, that's still 4-letter. 5-letter word.
you've got CNN, you've got Fox, you've got, you know, CBC, you've got Global, you've got BBC. All of these are under one category. What is it called?
Then I wouldn't know it then. I didn't know there was one category they would call it. I don't remember.
You're going to kick yourself.
Go ahead and tell me.
Media.
Oh, shit. I say it all the time. Mother freaker. I don't believe that. Yep, you're right. Media. Yep.
Media.
Yep.
So they use media as their tool to push out narratives, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it gets coupled with the other thing. All the other ones you say, spot on, absolutely. School, church, through the workplace, um, yeah, where else you said, but you're spot on with all of them. All of them go together. But the media is sort of like the gel and the glue that keeps it all, because with the media, you know, that's 24/7, right?
Right.
And it can keep people more on the same page. The rest is sort of all over the place, you know, different schools, different times, different jobs, different, you know, so on and so forth. But with the media, you got a centralized access point that eyes are glued and focused to at any given time. And so you can put a narrative up, and even when the rest of the people are in their other endeavors, what are they talking about?
What's ever on the news?
Right.
Government.
There you go. So a lot, right? So it's injected in the imaginative mind and gets people to focus on that. And it's very effective. Over a period of time, people get very conditioned to functioning this way, and now you've got the stage set for basically setting whatever narrative you want and getting people to pretty much do what you want without question. And in fact, it turns even further into an addiction. You just ask anybody who experiences a storm and all of a sudden the electricity is out for 3 days, how much they're panicking because they don't have their TV and devices to go to, right?
Mm-hmm.
They go nuts for a little while.
They do. My wife does when the TV acts up now and then. She calls
Right.
me to fix it. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Sometimes they get so aggravated they'll kick the thing. You know, I've seen people throw them fucking devices because they want to see so badly. They want to get their chocolate fix. You know.
Mm-hmm.
They want to see you so badly the ending of that soap opera that they waited 6 months to get to that point every day, and so on and so forth. So they use all these things, and they use the world of fiction in the current modern day, better known as Hollywood, which is just a synonym for land of make-believe, Hollywood. And they use fiction to pump narratives into people to get them to think. And if you do that long enough, you'll see that people actually start to get what we know as cognitive dissonance, where they start to lose that differential basis for what is reality and what is imaginative, and they start to bring the imaginative to the forefront as if it's real. You see this all the time. I'll give you an example of that. How many kids do you know, especially, want to wear brand name clothes to be popular?
Oh yeah, they did that in my time too. Yep, you're right. Yep.
And what do they do to instill that narrative in the kids? How do they do that?
On TV, make it look
On
good
Right, and how do they typically do that?
by making it glamorous, beautiful.
Right, and how do they make it glamorous?
By the background, the kids
Oh,
laughing, cheering, looking good, posing.
right, and the background of there's basically two forms of things that you watch on TV, and they use both. But for the kids, they actually use one more than the other, and the other piggybacks off of the other. So when you watch TV, what do you watch a lot of?
Commercial wise,
Just at all when you watch TV, what especially kids actually, what do they watch?
oh, they watch. Let's see if I get this right now, kids. What are you talking about? What age?
It's actually pretty much any age. Let's just say up to grade 12.
Up to grade 12.
What do they
Okay.
really watch? Genre or classification wise, not the specific names of them, but what are they? What do we call those?
Cartoons, horror pictures,
A little
love
more
pictures.
general. A little more general.
A little more general. God. A little
Again,
more
it kind of sums that all of those up, sort of. It's a classification, if you will. There's a
probably,
reason why I'm bringing it to that word. It's important.
I'm probably going
It's
to kick myself in the ass if I can't answer this.
it's another 5-letter word, and it starts with an S.
S.
Yes. What do you watch on TV? 5-letter word, and it starts with an S.
S. It's got to be. It can't be commercial. I know that. So S. S. S.
Commercial is actually the thing that piggybacks off of it. So you got the second one. Mhm. But without the first one, the commercial isn't going to go very far. That's the first one. What do people watch? What do people go to the TV to watch? It starts with an S.
I got it. What do they go to TV? Screen, TV. So I got it. I'm trying to analyze this in my head. Starts with an S.
Starts with an S.
On a TV set, starts with an S. Give me another hit.
I can't wait to watch my favorite
Sitcom.
More general.
Shit. I can't wait to watch my. Starts with an S. I can't wait to watch my.
Turn the noise down. My aunt is on. Starts with an S.
Turn the noise down. My is on.
My blanket's on. Starts with an S.
I don't know.
I want to watch my blank. Starts with an S.
Show.
Show.
Son of a B.
The show. Now, why do they call it a show?
That's what it is. It's just make believe. It's fantasy. It's a show. It's entertainment.
You're right. But even more specifically, when you come over to my house and I want you to see something.
Entertainment.
When you come over to my house and I want you to see something, what am I doing?
Showing off.
Close.
Damn it.
I'm showing you.
Well, it's close then. All right.
You were close. So it's called a show because it's like show and tell. They're showing people what they want to show them to set the stage for the commercials. The two go in hand. And if you watch closely enough, you'll see that. You'll see that. And kids are so gullible to this, right? The shows are riddled with the things that endorse popularism. The brand name clothes, the culturization, the way that they talk, slurs, right? Lingo, the lingo of the current generation, the cool talk, the coolness, all that stuff, right?
Pants dropping down to their ass. Yeah.
Right. Well, in this day and age, it changes over time from little things to subtly, but generally speaking, sex is in there. It's all in there. And what are they actually doing to people? A much bigger word, and it's another thing that you could say, honey, at 7:00, my blank is on. It's a bigger word. It starts with P. And it describes what they're actually doing to people when they're showing these things to people in this way.
7:00, my blanket is on. This actually shows a picture. What the hell? Starts with a P.
Starts with a P. At 7:00, my blank is on. Starts with a P.
Picture, I would say, but picture's on.
No. And it coincides with what they're doing to people with these shows. What are these shows intended to actually do?
Starts with a P.
What are these shows trying to do to people? What's their purpose?
Brainwash them, entertainment.
Correct, brainwash, yes, and a word that kind of sums that up that starts with a P. A more subtle word. Brainwash is more like, more of a blunt sort of thing.
I'm gonna hate myself in the morning for this.
It's again like twin with brainwashing. Starts with a P.
Peaks. Twin Peaks.
No, twin with brainwashing. You've had so much of the brainwashing that it's surfacing the names of the shows.
Go back, Mountain. Let's see.
At 7:00, my blank is on.
7:00. My. The only thing I think of is picture. Premieres
And now back to your regularly scheduled
commercial.
No. And now back to your regularly scheduled blank.
My God.
This is after a commercial. They typically say once the commercials are over, right before it goes back into it, you'll hear that message a lot. And now back to our regularly scheduled.
Sponsor.
Starts with a P.
Uh,
What are they doing to people? Starts with a P.
I don't know. I can't think of it. I don't watch that much TV, honestly. My blank is coming on at 7 o'clock. My blank is coming on at 7 o'clock. My movie P. It's gonna be a P
Starts with
though.
a P. Yeah. 7-letter word.
So, this is like Hangman. Oh, let's see.
7-letter word that sums up what they're doing to people. That's sister to brainwashing.
Program.
Program. That's right. Now back
So,
to your regular scheduled program.
wow.
At 7 o'clock tonight, my program is on. That's why they call it a program,
Okay.
because they're programming. They're programming you by showing you through a show what it is that they want you to think, feel, and see and buy through commercials. Why you watch commercials all throughout the program.
They're programming you, brainwashing you.
They're programming it, yes. And of course, they use, in a deeper level, they use hypnotics and frequencies very specifically. They're not by accident the frequencies that they choose and the little ring that you hear when that thing goes on and all that kind of stuff. All of that is by design, because if you've ever seen people who are watching that thing, you can see it induces trance. And people who are in a trance state are now their conscious state is not in the way of programming, and their subconscious is more open and subjective to the information. So they use that as a tool in behind the scene.
Subliminal messages.
They use that as well. Yeah. They use subliminals. They use frequencies. They use hypnotics, sound waves, suggestions, repetition. That's why you see commercials over and over and over again.
What do you ever?
Repetition. Yeah.
I remember
Right.
that.
It's to instill the programming, to download it into your subconscious when you have. And of course, just like what happens if you listen to a song 30 times in a row?
You start singing it.
Yeah, what happens to you listen to it 50 times in a row?
You start hating it.
Right. And somewhere in between there, what happens when you do that and then you try and go take a nap?
It's in your mind.
Yeah. It's even hard to sleep, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's the same thing, right? No matter what you focus on too hard for too long, especially when you're in that trance state, it sticks. It sticks. So they're using that as a tool to implant. What was the final one with that? That's very important. Hang on a second. I lost my train of thought.
It starts with an S with a 5-letter word.
Shut up. You're getting a quiz on this tomorrow, okay?
I'll bring my number 2 pencils.
I forget off the top of my head,
But you're right about that. They do correlate these news group. They always say the same thing, no matter what station you're on. It's always the same.
and the commercials
Yeah,
and even the shows. In fact, they're all one and the same. They look like the shows are made up. They look like the news isn't, and it looks like the commercials is somewhere in between. When the actuality is it's all made up. It's all Hollywood. They're just really good at using different colors and ways to mask it. But the truth is, the television. Oh, that's what it was. I'll get back to that and say I remember now. What comes out on there is one long infomercial, never ending. A constant running long infomercial, regardless of when you turn it on and regardless of what channel you're on. And it's actually only pushing one narrative. Distraction. That's the only true narrative that it puts out. Of course, that goes into a billion infinite subcategories because it never ends. But it doesn't. That really doesn't matter. You know, the only thing that really matters is a distraction. And now, distraction from what? Why is it so crucial to distract you?
So you don't know really what's going on around you.
Right. And why is it so important for you not to know what's going on around you? What is going on around you?
Because if they actually found out what was going on around them, they would be upset and wouldn't listen to the government.
Right.
Or the news media.
And what is it that's actually going on around it?
A takeover.
A what?
A takeover. A takeover our lives.
Well, that would be the realization of the corporate world. But outside of the corporate world, what is actually going on?
Chaos. Tyranny.
No, that's in the corporate world. Outside of the corporate world.
Outside of it. Outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Nothing. nice and easy, cool, calm, and collected.
Wow. And do you think there might be a reason to distract you from that?
No.
No?
No, there'd be no distraction of that. If you were in there nice,
No.
cool, easy.
What you just said. What you just said there. Do you think there might be a reason to distract you from those things? From what you just said, those few things there in
Be
the
distracted by it.
non-corporate world. To be
No.
distracted from it.
Oh, from it? No, I didn't. No. If I'm hitting you right, if I'm
No, you're
understanding
not.
you. Okay.
You're not. You got what they're distracting you from, correct?
Mm-hmm. Right.
But why do they want to distract you from that?
Because they want us to live a good, free life. They
Right.
don't want us to find out about their narrative that everything they do, say, is false, is lies.
Right. So they want to distract you.
From getting there, right.
Right. Because what happens if you get there?
We'll be free. We don't have to have government.
And why do they care if you're free or not?
Because if we're free, there goes their tax money. There goes their worker bees. They have no one to control. They'd have to work for themselves.
Right there. That last one. That last one, you hit the nail on the head. If they don't have you working for them, then they have to work for themselves.
That's right.
So as long as they can keep you distracted from taking responsibility and leaving the slave world, they get a free lunch. As simple as that. And they go to great distances to distract you, don't they?
Oh, yeah. By far they do. Yes, they did me. They did me.
But who do they get to do the work so that those distances can happen?
Could you say it one more time?
Who do they get to do the legwork for those great distances to put out the distraction.
To be enforcers, you mean? Or just. I'm not quite understanding what you mean.
Who are the ones doing the legwork to make the distractions?
Oh, the news media.
And
The
who is that?
Hollywood,
Right.
huh?
And who is that?
What do you mean, who? They're actors.
Is it aliens?
No,
Who is it?
actors. Who is it?
What species are actors?
Humans.
Right. Are we humans?
Yes.
So who is it then?
I'm not understanding the. Who is it then?
You had a divisionary ideology prior to me. I'm lifting the divisionary ideology to show you the truth here. Who is it that's distracting who?
Okay, it would be the elites.
Negative. You're still putting division.
Got it.
Are the elites
Oh,
aliens? That could
no.
actually be debated.
Yeah,
But let's just, let's not go into conspiracy stuff. Just,
the distraction is because of us. We want to. We're. Damn it.
you still have division ideology in there. Could you go get a government job?
Could I?
Yeah.
No.
Of course you could. You already did. You were military.
Oh, military. Yeah, I thought you meant civilian world. Okay, go on.
Yeah, in that too. And I'm not saying qualification wise. I'm just saying, are they hiring fish?
No,
So who is it then?
they're human beings.
Right. And which human being? Somebody separate from us?
What do you mean by separate?
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah. Is it somebody separate?
I don't understand. Okay. Can you explain yourself in more detail?
Yeah, you're thinking separation. That's why you're struggling. When you go to a government office, is it some other species in there working?
No, it's a human being, a government worker.
When you go to a news outlet agency, is it some other species working there?
No, human again.
So who's doing the distract?
Who's doing the distraction? I got it, man.
Is it some other species?
No,
Who is it?
it's man.
Right. Are we man?
Yeah,
So who's doing the distraction?
man.
And man
Humans.
is right. And man is we are man. So who's distracting who?
Man is distracting man.
Right. We're distracting us. We're doing it. You see, this personification of government puts a veil over, makes an illusion. It puts separation gap in there. There's no separation. There isn't. It's just people. People playing a role playing, which And the grand stage is called a LARP. Talked about this earlier. Stands for live action role play. Called a LARP. And what you don't realize is that you're playing a role too when you're sitting there watching it. You're the audience. The audience is just as much an actor on the stage as the people in the center. Especially when you can't even see that it's a play going on. And you think that what you're watching, i.e., the news, is reality. You're the star of the show. Boy, are you the star of the show. In a comedy world, you're the one that gets laughed at the most.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? Because you think it's real.
But basically, nothing's real other than what we can touch.
Yeah, reality is just in the present. That's all. The present, reality. Reality itself is reality, you know. But in through the reality, you can play Barbies, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can operate in the land of make believe, and because humans have this thing called an imagination. And that's a very powerful tool to have, but it's also a very scary tool to have when you lose sight of the line between the imaginative world and reality. That's a very dangerous place to operate from. And knowing this, the stage gets set very, very early on in life to do exactly that. By form of distraction. Everything in the corporate world is all to keep you distracted. What do you do when you're a baby? What does your mother do when you're a baby and you start crying and she can't get control of your crying? You've already been changed, you've already been fed, and you're still throwing a hissy fit. What do they do?
Throw me in bed.
Well, now you're screaming, so that didn't work.
Uh, try to distract you from crying.
Right.
Make
Right.
funny faces, whatever.
Funny faces. What else? Let's go with that. What else do they do?
Noises,
Noises.
grabbing a
Yeah.
toy,
Grab a toy. Absolutely.
making funny
Yeah.
noises, like a motorboat or something like that. TV,
Right.
radio,
Right.
just anything to distract him so he doesn't, stop crying.
Right. 99.9% of the time, all they wanted was a little love and love and affection, a little hug. We don't do that in the corporate world. No, we pick up that toy, we pick up the baby rattle, distract. Here you go. Just constant distraction with your kids, right? Anything to shut them up, because after all, I got work at 5 in the or I'm hungover, right? Or I got my program to watch. Shut up, kid.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so here we are, an infancy stage, learning the art of distraction through show and tell, starting with your parents, distracting you from your natural development. This isn't by accident. And after a while, there's another word for distract, actually, that's even more semantically accurate. It starts with a P, and it actually is what you do to a child when they're, or what you want to do to a child when they're overactive and hard to contain.
Starts with a P.
Yeah, it starts with a P, and it's what what you want to do. And then there's actually a tool that a physical tool that is based off of that they use to make what they want to do work. And it's something you often see babies have in their mouths.
Baby rattler.
No, in their mouths.
Spoon.
In their mouths. A spoon. Now, what do you, again, stick with the narrative here? You know, it's right. It starts with a P, and it's kind of a synonym. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You want to pacify them, right? That's what distraction is for. It's to pacify you. And so it carries on from there. They start training you to be pacified and distracted. And once you develop a little further, then they introduce you to the bigger pacifier devices. Now, you're already addicted by 2-3 years old here, from the baby rattle. You're just loving it. You're just completely in your ego and loving all those noises and everything. All distracted to hell, right? But after a while, that gets a little boring because you're developing a little more and you need something to feed into this a little bit further. And so, here's a cell phone. Here's a TV. Here's a video game. Check this out. Look what this can do. Anything that can satisfy the ego, push button, distract, pacify. Yes. Mm-hmm. Right. At this point, it's an addiction already. That's so you're 3 to 5 years old, and you're just absolutely intoxicated with his addiction. There's no getting out of it. Even at 5 years old, try taking those toys away from 5 years old. See how well they do for the next few days. And so, of course, that leads into the next stages where they want to make sure that you're pacified enough so that you can learn to be obedient, right? Be distracted from the idea of rejecting your programming. And so now the stage is set, and where's it time to go when you're about 5 years old?
TV set, front room.
5 years old, you've been already exposed to that for a few years now. 5 years old, what's it time to start for everybody?
Oh, school. Kindergarten.
That's right. To take it to the next level. And what is school centered around?
Indoctrination.
Right. And what are they indoctrinating you to learn?
History.
Right. And history is
to set,
right. And that's to set the stage for, what was the beginning of this conversation topic?
Pacifier.
No, at the very beginning, when we first came live, what was the first question?
Oh my God. You got a bad memory. Shit.
I know. That's why we're doing it this way, because it sets in better. What's the title of your live?
Oh, what's a nation?
What is a nation? And so here's the beginning of the cycle. The stage has been set, and now you get into school, and everything to ingrain nationism is ready and ripe for the picking. And so you get into school, and what's the first thing you experience?
When I first going to school, what's the first thing I experience? Obedience.
Yeah. Obedience, right? Because remember, what did we say before about what nation is a synonym for?
Nationism.
What did we talk about that we wanted to see if we can identify a nation as and call it more correctly and accurately.
Oh, shit. Damn, I can't remember. I can't. Oh, mother. Give me a hint again.
Mr. Jones,
Oh, plantation.
plantation, right?
That's right. Yep.
Right. So you just said learn obedience, right?
On a plantation.
Right. Because that's what you need, isn't it? You need on a plantation, you need obedience, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have obedience, you're not going to have a very successful plantation, are you?
Nope.
Would a nation in its true sense, the way that we described it, really need obedience? Or would an actual nation be, if it was a real thing, which we know it's not, but let's just go with that narrative, wouldn't it be founded on the ideology of disobedience? Isn't that what freedom would be?
But disobedience. Freedom would be disobedience. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So
It would.
that's the last thing they can have you thinking about,
Mm-hmm.
because it's a plantation, right? If it was a nation in its truest form, then they would want to teach you everything about being free.
But they make an illusion that you're free, but you're not.
Right. Because they talk about it and all they have to do is add it in the title. America, land of the free, home of the brave. Where's the bravery and where's the freedom?
Mm-hmm.
Bullshit it is, right? Bull fucking shit it is. Land of the sheep, home of the slaves.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, you can see it right now. You can. You're forced
So
to
that
do something because they're freaking rules. They don't
rules,
have. Yeah,
exactly.
they don't have us. They just do it.
Would a nation in its truest form have rules?
No.
No, it wouldn't. Right? But because a nation is just a synonym for plantation, that's what it really is. A nation will always have rules. And a nation will, you can't have freedom in a nation because a nation, by its very design fundamentally of what it actually is a plantation, a place full of rules and rulership. And the what's the best way to get a worker to be obedient?
Punish them.
Well, they can use fear, yeah, but even better than fear, because fear is very effective for sure, right? Definitely, but it's not the best. There's actually a better way.
Incarcerate them.
That would be extreme fear.
Well, am I getting close?
No, no, it's a different technique altogether, different
Brainwashing.
strategy. Yeah, it's you use brainwashing to do it, but brainwash. What do you brainwash them with? What do you instill in the brain of a worker,
Keep
i.e.,
saying,
slave?
keep saying the same thing over and over and over.
What is it that you would say?
Uh, I would say more or less, if you don't work, you don't eat.
Now that's the fear tactic again.
Mm, what would you say? Oh, you're doing it for freedom.
There is the tactic. We're getting closer. Now we're getting closer. Absolutely. And it's what patriotism is rooted on.
Democracy.
From a emotional standpoint. not from a written standpoint.
From an emotional standpoint.
Yeah.
Freedom standpoint.
Why do slaves keep coming back?
Oh, because they want to get paid. They want to get compensated. They want to feel safe,
Sure.
secure.
Do they know they're slaves?
Not really. No,
And why don't they know they're slaves?
that's the way they are taught. They think that they're doing it for freedom,
Right.
democracy.
Right. And
Because
do
they
they
learn.
love that?
Yes, they do. Apparently, yes.
Absolutely, they do. So if you can convince a slave that they're free and that they're doing it of their own free will and merit, you have no work to do to control. They control themselves. And that's back to what I was saying is what's the ultimate technique for obedience? What's the ultimate way to get obedient slave? Is you make sure that the slave is unaware that they are one.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
And all I have to do is change the word and you'll believe it. You're not a slave, you're an employee. I'm paying you. You're free to walk away. You can quit anytime you want. Of course, you might run out of food next week,
Mm-hmm.
right? But you're not a slave. Yes, you are. Now let's define what is a slave, really. You know, what is a slave?
A slave is a person that has to do the same damn thing every day, just to make a living. Because
Somebody has to do things over and over again to make a living, right? Because why? Go on.
well, because if they don't, then they lose everything,
Right.
and they don't want to.
So,
And the more you work, the more you earn, a little bit that you don't want to lose. You know what I mean?
right, right. So, fundamentally speaking, you hit the nail on the head. But you know, fundamentally speaking, there's again one word that describes the gel or the glue of what makes a slave. And without this, they'll never be a slave. It starts with the letter D. E and D. It's about a 9 or a 10 letter word. Yeah, it starts with a D. And when every slave is blank. If somebody is not blank, they're no longer a slave. It starts with a D.
Any slave is a blank.
Yeah, starts with a D.
Did you say B or D?
D. D is in dog.
D is in dog. Okay, I was hoping you say B. Shit. Every slave without the slave is a 9-letter word. Dysfunctional. Deranged.
That's for sure.
um,
If
this,
you are my slave, it's because you are blank to me. Starts with a D. Or
you're dead to me.
blank. You are blank. You are blank on me. Starts with
You're
a D.
blank. You are blank on me.
Or blank on me starts with a D.
Dissemble. Damn, this is a hard one too. Damn it. You're blank on me. You're blank on me. Why are you
Yeah.
blank on me?
If you weren't blank on me, I would lose you, and you'd be free.
So blink on me. I'd be free. I'd be free.
Yeah. Right away. Without this thing, this is the epitome of slavery. Without it, you're totally free.
Without it, you're totally free.
Yep. Starts with a D. And it's not a physical thing. Not really a physical thing. I mean, the actions of it will be.
It starts with a D. I can't. I don't know, Guru. I don't know. You got me lost. I don't know. Starts with a D. If I do with the D, go on.
What happens if a slave loses his job?
What happens when the slave loses his job?
Yeah. And this is not the word. This is just another question. So the slave loses his job. What happens?
He's terminated. He's lost.
No, I mean, what happens to him or her?
Oh, he's cast out. Cast out.
No, after he's cast out, after he loses his job, after what happens to him or her?
Oh my God.
Are they okay?
No, they lose. Lose their home, their car.
Yeah, so they're kind of fucked, right? Screwed.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so the slave is blank on that job, so that doesn't happen. Starts with a D. The slave is blank on that job. Starts with a D.
Slave is blank. Dumb. No. Dumb.
If they lose the job, they're fucked. So if that's the case, that means that they are blank on the job. Blank of the job. Blank starts with capital D, or starts with a D.
They lose their job. They're blank on the job.
Right.
They're blank on the job. There's a blank on the job. Blank on the job. Starts with a T. It's a blank on the job. Oh shit! Just hit. I just have it. They're blank on the job. They are. Come on. Mother freaker, I can't believe it's a blank on the job.
It's the epitome of slavery.
I don't know what. I don't know what. Drafted on the job. Can I ask the audience out here?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Do we have one?
No.
You can phone an audience.
Yeah. Blank on the job. They are dangers on the job. No, they are. What the hell? They are. Blank on the job. I don't know it. You got me stumped in this one hard. You do. They're blank on the job.
Try and think if I can do one more hint.
Did I still get an A on this test? They're blank on the job.
It's another way of describing. It's a one-word way of describing when you need something. Starts with a D.
I'd like to say guts, but that's not a D. I don't.
But how many letters again? 9 letters. Yeah.
Detached.
That would be the opposite.
Attached.
Yep. Now starts kind of synonymous for attached and starts with a D.
Detached. Detached. Oh, the heck with this stuff. Got it. Am I getting close?
Yeah, you're that's the closest you got for sure, right there. Starts with a D, and it's very similar to attached.
Attached or detached?
Attached. Attached.
Attached.
Yeah.
Like, attached. Danger. Attached. Oh man, this is a hard one. Attached.
If you look at it this way, if you're attached to something, you are blank on it or blank on them. Starts with a D.
Yeah, this is driving me nuts. If you're
Good.
damn, I won't forget this one when I remember. Attached. D. Attached. And as soon as this blank guy, he's gone. He's free, more or less.
That's right. Yes. As soon as the opposite of this, you're no longer attached. You're unattached.
Disappears.
You could disappear. Yeah.
But I didn't answer though. Okay.
No, that's the opposite scenario. When you're
Reattach.
attached, you are blank. Starts with a D.
When you're attached, you are a blank. Starts with a D. Detached.
No, that's the opposite of attached.
I'm trying
When
my
you're
best.
attached, you're detached.
Yeah.
No, when you're attached, you are, if you need something, you are blank on it. Starts with a D.
When you need something, you're blank on it.
Yeah. And without it, you would fall apart. You would die or whatever. So you are blank on it. Starts with a D.
Devastated.
No, that's what happens after you die and fall. But while we're still okay, you're okay because you are blank on it. Starts with a D.
Okay.
It's another way of saying you need it. You are blank on it. Starts with a D. Or you blank on it.
Dishonor.
Yep. And it's so important to know this word and understand it because, again, this word is the epitome of slavery and
What? How
the
come I
call
don't
to,
know it? Shit. I was a slave for a while.
yeah, and you still are for this
Yeah.
actual reason in this word, actually. You're
Very
very much blank on something, starts with a D.
much blank on, very much blank on something.
Mm-hmm.
Damn,
You're blank on these things that are keeping you slavery. What are you? Keeping you enslaved. And it starts with a D. You are blank on them.
Bonds.
Close. It's kind of like bond, but it's stronger than bond.
Bondage.
Yeah, it keeps you in bondage. Starts with a D. Don't forget that. What does it start with?
A D. A D. Yeah. I can't think of it, Guru. I swear to God, I can't. I'm going around circles on this thing. I'm not hitting it directly. Blank on blank.
You're dependent.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is.
Dependent.
Dependency is the epitome of slavery.
I never thought about that. I would never
Everything
thought
that
that.
you're dependent on, you're a slave to it.
Very good. Very good. I would never guess that. Seriously. Yeah, you're right. Everything depends. You're a slave on. That's right.
And so the whole corporate system thrives on this one thing. It starts with a D. What is it?
Dependence.
Dependency. Right. It doesn't work if you're not dependent on it. There's no need for it anymore, is there?
No, no,
Right.
there isn't.
If you're not dependent on it, you can tell it to go fuck itself. Why would you want it anymore? Right. It's only useful when you don't know another way of functioning and you're dependent on it. And you have really no other choice. Right. And if you have no other choice on something, you're obviously a slave to it, whatever it is that you're dependent on.
Would you agree there's always a choice?
I do.
Okay.
Whether or not you're aware of that, though, is another question.
Dependence. Ain't this a bite? And it makes common sense.
Right. It does. So everything that the two big D's is distract and depend, right? The more I can keep you distracted, the longer you stay in dependency.
Relying on government.
Right. Because you're not taking responsibility. You're so distracted that you don't even see that you're dependent on it. You're totally gone from reality. And like I said a moment ago, if you don't know that there's another choice, is another question. You might not even know that there is something to think about to choose from. You might not be interested in that because you don't see that you're a slave.
No,
And you're in love with your slavery. You're in love with it, right?
well, I wouldn't say I had doubts about it. I just didn't know how to get out of
I
it.
don't mean you. I'm just talking about,
Yeah.
it's a general statement that I'm making.
Okay,
The
yeah.
slave is in love with their slavery, right? Because they don't see that they're a slave. And they've embraced the distractionary measures that they're focusing on, keeping them from seeing that. And they love it, right? They love all the things that go along with it that keep them distracted. The statism, the nationism, the flag munching, the patriotism, the drugs, the Prozac, the fluoride, the Ritalin, the booze, you know,
Food poisoning.
food poisoning, and all of the excuses to justify it, which is another drug. Justice is an excuse for justification. It's all a fallacy. It's another LARP. It's another fiction. There's no such thing as justice. There's only you're fucking yourself or you're not.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know if you go in the corporate world, you're going to screw yourself. I've already seen that done.
Right? Exactly. Yeah. Right? So there's no justice. There's either you're doing that or you're not.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You try till you're blue in the face. Every single attempt that you do to attempt to get justice is you're fucking yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's just more distraction, right? By design. Anything and everything to keep you from, what is it again? Starts with
Leaving the plantation.
leaving, right? To keep you dependent on it.
Mm-hmm.
And not only to keep you dependent, but to keep you from wanting to not be dependent on it, because after all, you don't want to abandon your loyalty. What kind of person would you be if you were a traitor?
Mm-hmm.
Want to be a traitor? Don't question that you might actually already be a traitor to reality and a traitor to truth and a traitor to, you know, love and kindness and freedom. Don't question that. No, because after all, the words under our nation rhetoric flag is land of the free. Don't question that. We already told you this is the land of the free. You're not free to question that.
You're a
But you're
racist.
free. You're a racist. That's right.
Yeah, yeah, you're a racist. That's all I got. Yeah, you're a racist. You know, can't think for
Right.
yourself. No, huh?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
You're free to do as we tell you to do.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. What did that one person say? You will own nothing and love it and be happy. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but you got to be careful with that. That's a very dangerous rhetoric that they're putting out there because remember, ownership is also a LARP. And to really be happy is to let go of the idea of wanting this imaginary thing called own,
Mm-hmm.
right? And people are going to get right whacked out of shit now. And that's probably because people are ready for that conversation, which New Guru is definitely going to be heavily talking about for those who want to understand that. Because in the cooperative world, you have to let go of that bullshit, right? You have to feel at peace with what is, just like the way that the rest of the animals and the birds operate. They're not interested in wanting to own. Occupying is all that's real. You occupy, right? And you're
Mm-hmm.
occupying the space wherever you go at the given time that you are there. That's by default. And you can't get away from that. So that's all that it is we're all just little bits of reality occupying space. We don't need anything other than that. We don't need to own anything, and we can't even if we want to. That's all just a corporate game. If you really want to be happy, the elites actually they have a model: own nothing and control everything. Well, that's not going to make you happy either. What'll make you happy is grab the fucking board, jump on the wave, and ride it in balance. That's what's going to make you happy. Understand what you're here and designed for. You're a flower to embrace the journey, not to look at the ground and say, my ground. No, that ground is its own thing, and it was there as its part to help nourish you. You know, as you are, you're going to bring some nourishment back to it. It's the cycle of nature by default, right? And the reason why it's a perpetual thing. When you want to try and get in the way of that, it's a dog biting its own tail. You're interrupting the natural flow, and right there is the beginning of disease. So we got to be very careful about that. People are already, really getting in the idea. That's actually, I see a reverse psychology technique that's getting people to even further want to grip hold the corporate narrative of ownership. Now, that's not to confuse though the other ideology with like the 15-minute cities where you're in a completely controlled environment and you're under the illusionment that you're free because you don't need to own something. It's all sort of provided for you or whatnot. All you have to do is allow us to stick this cybernetic device in the back of your brainstem. That's a different fucking narrative. Not to confuse the two,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's not, outside the um, ownership arena and all that stuff. That's what they're talking about with that, right? And a lot of these quote unquote woke people, right, will very much confuse the narrative when I'm talking about that. I'm talking about ownership being a fallacy, a man-made fiction in the imagination.
Well, just like you're talking about the fiat money here, it's not
Yeah,
ours. It's the government. They can do whatever they want to do with it, even though we
it's
earned
not
it.
it's
It's
not
not
theirs
ours.
either. It's all an imagination.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
They might have
Monopoly.
come up with the idea and designed it. But if I come up with an idea to draw a picture in the sand and I draw it, does that make it mine?
No.
Do I own anything?
No.
Do I own those pieces of sand now just because I did that?
No.
Of course not. There's no such thing as mine or yours. Even your body. If that body that you're currently inside of as a vessel was actually truly yours, you wouldn't need to do anything to defend yourself. Nor would you have this aging process. And nor would you actually get hit by me if I went to strike it. It's not yours.
Unless we're borrowing it.
If anything is borrowed, yeah, you're borrowing it temporarily, right? It's being given to you as a vessel by nature to access at the moment, and it's part of a process, right? But it's not actually yours, and you're going to find that out. There is something that's truly yours and mine, though. It's the essence and energy that's inside that we're reflecting off of that doesn't die, because energy just transforms from one form to another. That's all. That essence there, that's something that can't be touched.
Energy
I can't reach in and get yours, and you can't reach in and get mine, you know?
Energy can't be created nor destroyed.
That's right. It can only be worked with.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
But of course, again, that's another thing that they want to distract you from understanding, because if you understand that, you'll shed your fear of the things that they want you to be afraid of, such as death. They want you to be afraid of death, because if you're afraid of death, then they can introduce this thing called religion. Religion is your answer to death. It solves that, right? Just be a good slave. No, we're not talking about that. Be a good patriot. And at the end of your lifespan, if you did well and you were loyal to your country, right, under the divine supervision of this thing called God, you will be judged for your actions. And you might get some refuge from this heinous hell that you're supposed to go to. You'll be deemed worthy. Really? Are you kidding me? Something that is divine that could come up with any scheme at all, and that's what it came up with? Really? That don't sound very divine to me, you know? That's not how it works. But if you don't understand that energy doesn't die, energy just transforms, then it's easy to get you to fall into the belief category. And you'll hear me say many times, truth doesn't require faith, belief, and trust. Lies do. Whatever is truth requires none of that. Therefore, believers, people with faith, people with trust are liars. Those are people who are willing to settle for anything but factual truth, anything less than factual truth. You don't need to have faith in something you know, because you know it. But they want you to think, oh, you can't question that, right? No, you got to have the faith, because if you don't have that faith and it's not solid, it's all a guess. You know, you just have to guess at divinity and just hope hard enough and prove your worthiness by your blind faith, completely ignorant. And this divine thing will, at the end of your lifespan there, say, okay, you passed the test.
Mad Dog's on. Excuse me for a minute. Mad Dog's on.
Oh, we got audience.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, good morning.
I didn't notice that myself. I was so into what you're saying.
Oh, we got two watching it shows. Cool. Good morning, Mad Dog, and whoever else is in the house.
I had to pay the guy to come up here.
Shh.
I said, I've been studying you. I said, I've been studying. No one tells me what to do. Good man. Crazy glue.
I think it looks like he was guessing some of the words I was trying to get you to figure out.
Oh,
He got school.
yeah, that's all depends.
That all depends.
I didn't think anybody could be up here. Um, well, basically, then, if that's the case, then, like you said, then borders don't mean nothing, land don't mean nothing, gold don't mean nothing. Not really. It's just
Right. It's all a fraud. Borders right away. Here's your clue with that one. Were they there before or after man put them there?
they were never there.
They were
Really.
never there, right? So is that some like natural divine thing that happened, or is it just, you know? And some
Yeah, man.
people are like, well, we have borders around everything. Well, I understand if you want a bit of privacy, you're gonna create a little box and you go in there for a while, but to actually think that the rest of nature concurs that that's like your land from one end of the continent to the other now, north or south of it. Really? Just because you like divided a line there and said so? Wow. That's fucking arrogant, man. Really. But yeah, that's what people do. And the arrogance just blows my mind. Look at the amount of people that concur with that. This is our territory and we're not questioning that. This is our land. This is American soil.
Yeah.
Really?
And the bad thing about it is, a lot of people died for that damn piece of
Right?
crap. Really.
They died for that fiction.
Yeah.
They died for that imaginary idea, right?
Hmm.
Which isn't even noble because it's all a lie. It sounds good on paper, though. Boy, they make that sales pitch, You're dying for freedom, right?
Yeah. Democracy.
Democracy, yeah.
For America.
America.
For Merca.
And so the stage is set. And now you've got warriors, not peacekeepers, warriors. Got to go to war over it. You got to serve your country. Servant, slave. In servitude. But they get you to volunteer, don't they?
Yeah.
You have the freedom to do so. But if you don't volunteer, we got this thing called the draft. So you should just volunteer.
Hmm.
Right?
That's exactly what they'll do it too.
Yeah. It's all voluntary, but we're not going to call it a punishment. We're going to call it a draft to get away with it, right? Because if we call it punishment, you might actually figure out what's going on here. We're going to call it a draft, right? Or sanction. We're going to sanction your paycheck.
And don't you worry, people. When you come home in a box, we'll take care of you. That's all you're getting, though.
Absolutely. We're going to take care of you, all right.
Yeah.
With extra vaccines,
Yeah. Air gun. Yeah.
air gun. Yeah. We're going to make sure. And, they're not worried about it because if you're foolish enough to fall for it to that level, you're foolish enough to go all the way. And by the time you might have figured it out, you're too disabled, and you're no longer a threat. The only thing you got left probably is your mouth, But we got a solution for that too.
Yeah. You don't see them elites going to war or their kids,
Of course, because they have enough idiots that'll do it on their behalf.
Hmm.
Right? And then this is what I'm saying, right? We have to be real about it. We have to be real and not play the blame game outwards. Because to go to war on behalf of these morons means that you're a bigger moron. Right?
Mm-hmm. I agree. I agree.
You have to be quite the idiot to fall for the narrative to the point where you're willing to risk your life on behalf of them and what they say and tell you what to do and tell you don't even question.
Oh no, you don't question at all. Mm-mm.
Right?
Mm-mm.
And of course they make sure that they heavily program you further when you get in there to make sure you don't. It's fear to the max, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's rigorous, very rigorous. Yes. Oh yeah. And all you are is a killing machine. That's all basically you are.
Yeah, that's it.
With no
You're a
remorse.
mercenary.
Mm-hmm. With no remorse.
You're at the top of the mercenary ladder.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you, the government's got a good thing going on. I'll tell you, you got to admit to them, they did good. They did it for me for how many years? I believe.
But they really don't have anything. They have actually even less. It looks rosy, grass is greener on the other side, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't have anything. They have less than zero because they are the most dependent, you see? Remember, what is the number one thing that defines a slave? And if you don't have that, it starts with a D. You don't have a slave.
Dependent.
Dependency.
Uh-huh.
So who's more dependent here? What happens if they lose their slaves?
Oh, they'd be screwed. They wouldn't know what to
Right.
do.
So are they dependent on them?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So who's the slave?
They are.
They are. In fact, they're more of a slave because at least the slave knows the routine of the work so that if they weren't working for the slave driver, they could feed themselves. The slave driver doesn't know how to plant a fucking seed or do the dirty underwear laundry. They're the ultimate dependent situation. And they're the ones who live in the most fear. That's why they do all these things. They're so much in fear, they go to extremes to hire their own security force, don't they?
Yeah, they
Right?
sure. Yep, yep.
And
Oh yeah.
they surround them everywhere they go. Can you imagine living in that kind of paranoia?
No.
Right? It looks all nice and rosy, right? Oh wow, look at that. He's got security guard privilege. you know, they're not privileged at all, and I would never want to be in their position. But they put on a show to make it look like it's fantastic. They glamorize, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, they
It
sure
look like
do.
it's riches.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing glamorous about it. You get in there and you realize, whoa, what a cult. And this is saying it's easier to fit camel through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get to heaven. That's because, of course, it's not, the heaven in that context. What we're talking about is to enjoy life, because the rich man, those people, right, are so indoctrinated and so brainwashed and so dependent and live in so much fear that they're just way too far gone to understand life for what it is and be free from. That's what that means. There's nothing to be envious of over there, and there's nothing to be angry about. In fact, that would be you choosing that for yourself anyway. only at your own peril, you know.
Well, between me and you, I'd be happy to get off this freaking ride to train, you know.
Of course.
It's just getting old, this train job here.
Yeah, how many times can you go around a fucking track that's a circle, right?
Yeah. I've seen it for some years, man. Same damn view, you know, same shit. Yeah, it gets old. Like I said, if I can just have one day of just being free and actually being free without the government, I'd love it. I would love it. You know, we're gonna see what happens.
Freedom is the opposite of dependency. So when I say freedomist, right? That's what the project is about. What are we talking about? What's the foundation? What's the biggest thing that I teach?
Freedom.
More elaborate. What's the opposite of dependency?
We go again.
Starts with an S. 2 words.
Starts with an S.
Yeah, 2 words. The opposite of dependency.
Oh no. The opposite of dependency.
Yeah.
2 letters.
To work.
2
Starts
words.
with an S. The first word starts with an S. 4 letters in the first. Yeah, here we fucking go again.
Did you talk to my wife lately? Let's see. 4-letter S. Just the opposite of dependency.
Right. 2 words. First word starts with an S, has 4 letters.
That's 5 letters. Shit. Can you give me another hint?
Well, if you had no one else around, you'd have to be this.
Self-dependent.
There you go. Self-reliant, more specifically.
Okay. Well, it's close.
Or self-sufficient.
To rely on myself.
Right.
Totally.
Right. Not that you're not dependent on some things naturally. Of course you are. You're dependent on the water to fall from the sky, right? We're not talking about that. We're talking about a synthetic dependency that's created by other man to get you to be distracted from where, if we're going to be dependent on something, then it ought to be something that is by design there for me by default, right? So I don't want to be independent either. I don't want to be independency. I want to be self-reliant. In other words, I want to know how to access that which I can depend on, which is nature. Right? I can count on nature being here tomorrow. And I can count on it raining. I can count on the air being here to breathe. I can count on, things growing.
Well, I just got it.
I just got to know how to work with all that. Go ahead.
I was just remember me telling you about that? If they had a survey, if there's no humans in the world as of tomorrow, 15 years later, this whole earth would start being eaten up by plants, trees, bushes.
Yeah, it would just break down what was built by design, and that's just to keep the again. That's what I mean. Things are just in motion to keep itself in existence. Everything you build will disassemble itself, and everything that gets disassembled will get built back up again. That's the duality of nature. And if we understand that, There's nothing to be afraid of. Like, for example, if I make a little cob dwelling and it gets swept up by a current, no big deal. It's a good reason to make a better one tomorrow. But of course, if I was stupid, I didn't make two, right? So next time I'm going to learn, maybe I better not have just one that I rely on. Maybe I better have this one and that one just in case. We know the hurricane comes, so maybe I better have a cave that I can go. Maybe I can go underground. I could build some steps there and I could, relax there for a couple hours while the winds finish blowing. There's an answer for it all, The answer is right in front of us. Always. This technological pursuit has further distracted us from what people knew, and it looks like ages ago at this point that people knew this stuff. It wasn't. It's only like 100 years ago. Not even. There's still some people who lived before a lot of the automotive industry was where it was, and they can tell you about that. They lived when they lived. They're very old now, but they can tell you about a horse and buggy ages.
Well, that'd
And
be fantastic.
they put their I saw it. They put they had even cameras back then, and you can go on YouTube and you can see it, and you can see it. And these people knew how to be more self-reliant because they didn't have the corporate world wasn't developed enough to be dependent on it yet. You had to be if you didn't have at least a garden growing to some degree, your family was going to probably starve, for the summer, whatever. It wasn't enough in the corporate store for everybody like that. People had to be more cooperative, but nobody was complaining because that was the way of life. And there wasn't hardship like that, right? There might have been like some famines and droughts here and there and whatnot, but people knew how to weather those storms because the experience was there. Now you throw somebody, you take your son-in-law and you put him in West Texas for 2 days.
I would never hear the end of it.
After 2 days, there would be nothing to hear anymore.
Yeah, kind of dehydrated there, buddy. Yeah, well, you're right.
But it's everything that they don't know is still right there in front of them. Right? But here's what the indoctrinated mind is. It sits there instead of like you trying to awaken the instincts, right? And being very clear. Where's my cell phone? Fuck. That's what they'd be like. I got to do some research, If you're looking for, that's all they know, right?
Yeah.
Desperate. I got 12 hours of battery life. How much can I find out from this thing before it's dead? Right?
Oh, shit. No tower.
Yeah.
Damn. I know I paid my bill. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a hell of a thing, boy, being out there. Woo.
Most deserts have cactuses, right?
Yeah.
Cactuses have the most abundant amount of juice and water in them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I did know that.
If
Yes,
you
I
go
did.
thirsty in a desert, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
There's so much water in a desert. It's crazy.
Yeah, but you're right about that. Cactus juice. Yep.
And it's also very nutritious. There it is right in front of you. But, you'll just think, I'm not touching that. It's got needles on it,
If you're good,
And
you
that
can get. Go on.
and that's what it's all about for distraction, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why it's so important to have this conversation so that people have a chance to really question what they have found as their foundational belief system root, the root of their belief system, which is nation, patriotism, plantation. They're missing that third word there. If they understood the third word and all three of them are the same thing, it would change it instantly. Instead, the only thing they have is nation, patriotism. I need to serve my country. And it's in America, it's the most by everywhere. Like literally, it's the most indoctrinated when it comes to patriotism, American mind, and it's the least free of them all, and it's the one that thinks it's the most free.
It was there when I was a kid. When I grew up, it was there. Trust me, 24/7 almost.
Still is.
Oh yeah, yeah. Seriously, go in there for allegiance to the flag. Sit there and dinner, pray for your food, shoot your guns, watch TV. John Wayne. Oh yeah,
Let's cite the words of the anthem and tell me it's not a joke.
cite the anthem.
Yeah, let's cite just
I pledge allegiance to the flag.
no the national anthem, the
Oh, I
words of
can't
the
even.
national anthem.
I don't even know what that is. I don't
You
even
don't
sing
even
it.
know it. You couldn't
Nope.
even sing it.
No,
I could probably sing it.
it's too high.
Oh,
Nope.
say can no, I just saying it, the words itself.
Oh,
We're citing the words and then we're looking at it and objectively, and let's see how much of a joke it is. Oh, say can you see? What's the next one? By the something. What is it?
by the stars. I don't know. Let me check it out.
What a good patriot you are.
I made it almost. I graduated second grade, made a brain surgeon. Hold on there. Let me see what's going on there. National anthem.
Well, I bet you give hell of a discount.
They never know when I get done. Let's see. National. National anthem. Oh, say, can you? Okay, complete version of the Star Spangled Banner. Is that it? Yeah. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? The full national anthem. What is the full national anthem? There we go. Let's see what this thing says. What are the lyrics to the U.S. national anthem, Star Spangled Banner? We'll say, can you see? Goes to the Star Spangled Banner. What are the words to the rest of the? Oh, you suck. I gotta keep
type in Star Spangled Banner there.
Star Spangled Banner.
Star Spangled Banger. That's more accurate. I would agree.
Star.
Is it hard to find? I can find it if you want.
I'm having a hard time. I see what they say, but I just can't find the words to it.
Okay, here, I'll put my screen share on.
Okay.
And we'll look at the words together. Hold on a second.
All right, Celtic order.
Okay, there it is in the basement.
Got it.
Okay. Star Spangled Banner lyrics. The last one. There? Well, that's not it. Jana Gana Mana Adanita Jaya E Punjab.
I'm
What
doing
is the
it was
full
just
national anthem? That must be the Punjabi one. Jana Gana Mana Ajane Jaya Hey Barajaga. Hey ya ya ya. Hey ya ya.
yeah. You beat me to it. Yeah. Let's see. Star Spangled Banner. Yeah, you're in the same page I was on.
What is our nationals? Well, maybe we have to find it on YouTube. Let's try this. There we go. With lyrics. Open that up. And Marshall. No programming intended.
There we go.
Okay. Here comes.
Oh, say,
Oh,
can you
say,
see?
can you see? That's like, hey, can you see? By the dawn's early light.
Light.
By the dawn's early light. Okay, so in the morning. Oh, say, can you see in the morning? What so proudly we hailed. Here we are, right into the pride. At the twilight's last gleaming. Okay, so it sounds like we're starting again the cycle over from last night in the morning. Same thing that we were proudly hailing. Whose broad stripes and bright stars. And that sounds like the pants and the shirt that I wear. Oh, I didn't press pause or what? Whose broad stripes and bright stars. Okay. That also sounds like a paganism
Well, I hate to tell you, it sounds
symbol.
like my underwear.
That before or after laundry?
Well, the stripes are always out before the laundry.
Right. It's the bright stars after. Through the perilous fight. Okay. So it sounds like this is the morning after a war.
War. That's right. Mm-hmm.
Over the ramparts we I don't know what a rampart is. Do you? What's a rampart? Over the ramparts we watched.
It's rampart.
I still don't know what
It's a car.
that sounded like that sounded like a toy that a lot of women I know use. That's on the low setting. It's not very rampart. So what? The rampart is a tank or something?
I don't know. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, let's look it up. What is a rampart? What is a defensive wall or castle or walled city? Having a broad top with a walkway and a stone parapet. Interesting.
So it didn't
Okay.
rhyme, so they had to use that word. Okay, I got you.
So over the castle we watched.
Okay.
Interesting there. We're so gallantly streaming. We're so gallantly streaming.
I have no idea what that means.
I don't either. And the rocket's red glare. That sounds like more war stuff. Rockets. The bombs bursting in air. Gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, glorious flag. This little pieces of thread on a stick. It survived the bomb. Holy fuck. Boy, aren't we wise and intelligent?
Yep. It's
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? It's all about worshiping this fucking flag over the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I don't know about you. I don't feel free.
Yeah. Biggest crock of fucking shit, right?
Definitely.
It's
I mean,
it's it's definitely paganism, of course.
oh, sure. You know what I feel like doing? I feel like just going to Canada right now. Go meet you. No passport. See what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Bring a flag and make sure it's got some holes where we can stick it in.
Oh, that's my passport.
We're going to show the back door where we
Yeah.
can, you know.
Yeah. I feel
What
so
up?
free just talking about this.
Don't you? I mean, don't you just feel so like um elated and inebriated and just full of like purpose and meaning?
I feel protected. I'm just saying. I mean, the government's going to protect us.
Okay, let's look at the Canadian one. Of course, all you have to do is look at the leaf that I'm. Hurry up, hurry up. Why is this all blurry and shit? Well, that was whoever did this actually, that about sums it up. Look at that. Wow. Oh, Canada national anthem song and lyrics. Yeah, I concur. I agree. That's what the fuck was that? I mean, it literally made about as much sense as it really actually does. Okay. I really want to find, okay, lyric. And oh, Canada. Definitely cuckoo. Oh, Canada with lyrics. Here we go.
Okay.
Please rise for our national anthem.
Okay. I'm up.
Everybody sit down.
Hey, Willie, you up?
Oh, Canada, our home and native land. Second line. Look at that second word.
What's that second? True patriot love. Patriot really gets into everything, don't they?
Everywhere. I'm telling you, it's the same narrative wherever I go. They just changed the colors a little bit. This looks like it's Canadian now. It doesn't have stars on it. It's got a maple leaf, right?
I'm about to talk to Dude Groovy about that maple leaf.
Yeah, there's no blue in there, right?
Yeah.
Wear it long enough, there'll be some blue. I'm telling you.
The sun's command.
For all thy sons command, thy sons. So sounds like to me like we're always going to pass it down to our sons. This patriotism, right? With glowing hearts, we see thee rise. And this is morning glory we're talking. The true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Stand on guard for what? Another fucking flag. Why are these flags just so sacred in these nations? Like, do everything. Don't desecrate the flag. They even made it a crime. It's a piece of fucking cloth. But if you burn it, you're going to jail. Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Holy fuck. that's not a cult, I don't know what is. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
We stand on guard for thee. Okay.
Who's thee? Who is thee? They.
You know thee.
Yeah, thee. We
Hey,
don't stand
thee.
on guard for me. We stand on guard for thee.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right. Hey, thee, get your ass over here.
That's
They
it.
make it look so pretty, don't they? Look at that beautiful
Oh, yeah.
flag float. Oh yeah, with the words. Oh yeah.
It's glamorization.
Yep, that's what it
And
is.
but it's all just, a program, right?
Mm.
Just a program. And they get you to repeat it over and over and over again. And don't question that because it's said not to,
Yeah.
right? And if you don't do as it says, you're not loyal. And if you're not loyal, you're an outcast. You're not worthy in you're not acceptable. You're definitely not going to heaven.
Well, you can't win, can you?
No, you can't, In order to get to heaven, you must sacrifice yourself. That's what you were here for. To sacrifice yourself. To show your worthiness.
To your leaders.
Because the divine God would really need this like little piece of sand to sacrifice itself for it. Right?
No, no. And we do this for our leaders, those same ones that fuck us over bad. Okay.
Right. Well, it's
They
time
get
to
us.
call, um just like the law and rule thing, it's time to start calling that too for what it is. They're not leaders.
Mafia.
Yeah, they're rulers
Oh,
or
rulers.
elitists. Yes, they're rulers, right? They're not leaders. There's nothing. I mean, they're leaders to the sheep that will follow them,
Mhm.
but they're not in a class of people like to think leader is like a teacher or somebody to look up to who's going to lead a way, a path, right?
Makes sense.
They're the dumb class. And if they're the dumb class, what does that make you if you're following them? Makes you the
Dumber.
dumber class, right? Dumb and dumber, right?
Wow, where did I sign up for this class? I gotta sign up. I feel so important. I'm important.
I mean, here. Tell me, what's your name? Tell me I'm wrong at fucking commercials. Second. Tell me I'm exaggerating. Where is it here? Oh, come on. Talk about clickbait.
Uh,
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me this isn't the dumb class.
oh yeah.
Am I wrong?
No. Look at him. So
Tell
straight. So.
tell me this isn't the dumb class.
Oh, my uncle, Uncle Fester. That sucker.
But to identify this as a leader, leader of what? Leader of the dumber class. That's the only thing that they could lead is idiots who will fall for it and identify this as a leader. That's not my leader. Not a chance. I don't
No,
belong to somebody's group.
I just couldn't do what they do. Sit there in one place and talk all freaking day long and do nothing.
Remember, they have It's a show and a LARP, and they have a bribe nail hanging over their head constantly. Remember that. They have no choice. Well, they do. They have a choice. But the consequences for them for not being obedient is far greater than for the sheep class.
I wish they would be disobedient just once. I would like to see the end results of that.
You get it a little bit, but it's hard to tell if it's just another psyop or not anyways. Right? It's hard to tell. But yeah. Well, what do you call it? Again, I forget his name, the comedian.
George Carlin.
George Carlin. Yeah. Don't get fooled. He's part of the club.
Yeah.
He's controlled opposition. No doubt about that. You don't reach that status and get notoriety without being put there. They won't let it happen. They have all corners controlled and sectioned off. They don't play games when it comes to that.
Rig elections. Unreal.
Not just that, but everywhere. As you look at YouTube, right? They got YouTube easily pegged, don't they?
Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah.
And that's just one little thing. Everywhere it's like that. It's all controlled.
I'd sure like to find out those people's names. I really would.
Whose names?
The people who are controlling all this shit. I would love to find out them people's names.
Right. Well, that's a whole can of worms of question marks that I don't think you and I will ever actually get to the bottom of.
No, never will. Too hush hush. Too quiet.
Yeah, and also it could be beyond our imagination, you know.
Wow.
It's too big, it's too and it could also be transdimensional, you know, and coupled with AI and not even sitting in our proximity for us to be able to tap into seeing it or anything. You know, it could be so many different things. But it's all just guessing, you know. I'm just coming up with interesting guesses. But it's not really going to make any difference anyway, you know, to get to the bottom of that. Because we'll just be like, they did it. Now what? What does that actually change anyway, you know?
Yeah, nothing.
What's important to know, if you're in a fishbowl and you're trapped in there, what's important is to know that you're in a fishbowl and that there's an ocean, not who put you there. It's important to know that and to know that there's to get out, right? That's what you need to learn.
Can you excuse me? I have to do a 10-100 here.
You got it.
Okay, hold on, right back. Keep it entertained for a minute.
Oh shit! I got a big Satoshi key for that one. Mitchie, good morning. Who else we got here? Mad Dog, if you're still with us. Anybody else? See, we got only one watching. Yeah, well, good morning to you. We just had quite an interesting, elaborate discussion. Early morning discussion of patriotism and nationalism and all kinds of goodies. We'll have to have it again. I'll use this as like a rehearsal. There really wasn't too many people around. But we'll have to have it again. Pretty interesting. Ice storm, where you are? In March? Well, I guess it's, yeah, I could see it. It's could still get some leftover of winter even into April, I guess. We were just looking at the anthems, Canadian and the American anthems, and actually dissecting the words, laughing at what a joke they are. Quite funny. Yeah, stepped out 2+ inches of hail. Oh, holy shit. 2 inches. That's a lot of hail. You made it.
Yep. A 10-100 is good to the last drop.
All right. So
Yeah.
all fears are quashed that we'll have a drought this summer.
Well, I just
We
had
got Mitchie with us. Mitchie just showed up.
Mitchie?
Michigander in the house.
Oh, hey, Mish. Oh, come on up if you want to. I'll give you a ladder. I'll give him a link. Hold on there, guy.
Land of the sheep, home of the slaves there, Mitchie. That's the real Eric's. I was just telling him about what we were talking about this morning.
Oh, yeah, you missed it. Missed the Canadian flag. It was all blur.
Yeah. And, but it was erect.
That was decent. There we go.
Yeah. Boy, that was one of the clearest flag views I've ever had.
I'm having a hard time here.
What did we learn about? What the fuck was that word again? That was represented castle. How was that again?
I forget. Oh, shit. Omger.
I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Mitchie's just waking up. You take your time. We're in no rush.
Yeah, take your time, Mish. Okay. Time's
We're
up.
just chilling. We just we're in break. We're in intermittent between classes here.
Yeah. We already knocked 5 people out of here. Yeah.
Fuck, we're good at that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Man, we have a mastery in what's the word? Dispelling viewership.
Or
That's a good degree to have, you know. I could be used as a troll dispeller. Actually, people could just hire me if they got problems of trolls. Bring me on. I'll bore the shit out of them. They'll be gone.
I'll tell you what. As fast as you type, damn, you'd blast them away. Yeah, shit. Yeah, it's raining again. Son of a gun. Yep.
Mitchie was saying he had 2. What was it? 2 inches of hail this morning. Ice storm.
Oh wow, really? I didn't get that over here yet. He's on the west side of Michigan. I'm on the east side. I don't know how many miles. Maybe about 500 miles. I don't know, maybe 3.
That's the distance.
Yeah.
He says, I like Canadian people just fine, but I want the maple syrup. Man, they dislike the truth they read. I'm almost out of maple syrup. Oh, them poor Canadians. They got that reputation. And Jemima didn't cut the mustard, so they had to,
Yeah, they kicked her
fend
ass
for
out.
themselves. Yeah.
Can't have Aunt Jemima on there. Oh no. Been around for years as a kid. Never thought anything about it, you know. Can't have Aunt Jemima. These people are so fucking weird.
Yeah. Well, you're seeing it now, and oh yeah, that's how you know you're starting to wake up when you're looking at holy, like this is weird shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To pick on my Aunt Jemima. Them dirty bastards. Uh,
I think corporate life is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I don't think I've seen anything weirder than that.
yeah.
People where dyslexic is so dyslexic that it's unrecognizable. You know, where everything that is logical becomes debated as illogical and vice versa. It's the weirdest fucking thing. Totally strange.
Oh, and they party like a mother humper than people do. I mean, the best of everything. Best China. Best, oh man. Even, everything just glorified. It's just amazing. Dog and pony show.
I
They're
thought you were
better than
talking about.
Hollywood.
I thought you were talking about me down the block.
Something just ran through my damn computer. What was that? It was loud.
Yeah, Jesus, I call that retardation. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Oh, what just popped up? Oh, I got something on here. Hold on here. Oh, it disappeared on me. You son of a. I don't know what the heck that was.
Yeah, I like to be semantically blunt. As calling a spade a spade. Corporate people are retarded.
Yeah,
Literally.
they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Retardation. They're retardisons. I coined the term patriotard a long time ago.
That's a good name. Be Patriot. I like that. What a dog show they have.
Here, let me while we're just talking here, I'll bring up I got my screen on, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just bring up my
Oh, let me turn it on bigger so people can see it. Hold on, Michigan. We won't be able to see in the short here. We're going to be making the screen bigger here. There you go.
what did I put? Let me put my use quotes of the days back in the day to see how they sort of progressed. Because they got better as things went on, but of course there's the whole batch that still haven't been sent out yet. Altogether, there's over 700 quotes.
700 quotes?
Yeah, that's just my own quotes. That's not even the memes and shit. Yeah, I wanted to get to I wanted to get to 3 years worth of quotes where I can just leave it on autopilot, one a day type thing.
That'd be decent. Quote of the day.
It's the very first one I put out.
If you want a war, look through the eyes of the. I can't see that.
The ego. Is it that small? Here,
okay.
There we go.
If you want a war, look through the eyes of the ego and see all the divisions in the fictional reality. If you want peace, turn within to your heart and see all the unity of nature, which is true. That was your first one, eh?
That's the first one.
Did a good job.
That's where everything starts, is internally. The war without is a reflection of the war within. And same with the peace.
Yeah, we have so many freaking wars. It's unreal.
Yeah, because human beings are distracted and in a state of inner turmoil and conflict. Okay. All angry and indoctrinated and hell-bent and diseased, out of shape.
That's a way to make money.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, is it.
And get rid of the population. I believe means I don't know if it's true or not, but I'll adopt it as my true either way. I believe means. Explain that a little bit for me, will you?
I believe really means I don't know if it's true or not, but I'll adopt it as my truth either way, whether it is true or not. So I believe. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. I believe.
Wow. Okay.
Right? It's settling for less than factual truth.
Slick.
Which means I believe means I accept if it's a lie, which means I'm a liar. Because the truth is, you don't know. I believe is what people do to replace when they don't know. So to be in truth is I don't know. You don't have to. It's okay to not know. You don't have to pretend and cover that up. But that's what people do. They look for something to fill in the hole when they don't know something. And so they'll often find anything that saddles their imaginary logic. And that's why we call it a belief. And it doesn't matter how logical thing it might look. It is the most illogical thing to do. Is to settle for anything but truth. It'll never be logical to settle for anything but truth. That's the opposite of logic.
Like they have these guys in court. They ask them, "Did you do this? It's classified."
Right?
That's what they always say. That it's classified. Can't tell you.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to see. I think, are these in order by date? What? Did that one first? Oh, I'm going in the wrong direction. That's why. I should be going this way. Okay, so these are the old ones. This was the last two we saw were the last two that I actually put out. So let's go the right way. So here's the second one I ever put out.
All right, I'm gonna let you read this one.
All right. I'm getting paid, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Just checking. Okay.
It's overseas. Yeah.
Okay. Instead of judging someone, offer to suggest wisdom. Then let their choice be of reflection to themselves as yours is to yourself. Say it again. Instead of judging someone,
I just heard
offer.
somebody
Oh,
coming. Yep, I just heard somebody.
rolling.
Oh, damn it! I just hit my freaking. That hurt.
Not Mitchie?
Yep, I was right. Yep, here he is. I was right.
Oh, look at you. Oh,
Morning.
I'm sorry. I'm cool with my dog. Don't worry.
We thought you had a woman there for a minute.
This German Shepherd is fucking awesome, dude. Hey, it's about to crack off. Be ready. That Marine dude that I listened to, or that SEAL. Listen,
Yeah.
I don't really care for the guy, but he's like 99% correct on the shit that he spits. He put a thing out the other day, last night, that The deep state military is about to be attacked on all fronts.
By who? For what?
I don't know. I'm just saying that's what he said. All I know is the stuff that this guy puts out. He's very, very accurate.
The deep state is about to be attacked. No shit.
Deep state
Or,
military.
I'm sorry. The deep state military. I'm sorry. Let me put that the way he said it. I'm sorry.
Deep state military.
Yeah, the deep state military is about to be attacked. His name is Michael Jaco. I don't really care for the guy. Something is really off with the situation with the guy. But again, if you don't like somebody, but yet they put information out that's 100% correct all the time, whether you like them or not, they're going to be correct, right?
Truth is truth. Yeah, no matter the source. Sure.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, with that being said, the guy is, I'd say, probably 98% correct on the shit he spits, and you can go back and check yourself. I mean, literally, you can go back and check the shit yourself.
Hmm.
I don't care for the guy. Something about the guy just doesn't set right with me.
So the deep state is going to be military is going to be attacked, but
Yep.
what is that? Obviously, he would be saying that because something is supposed to happen or something because of that. What is he saying that means?
Basically, it means that our military is about to be attacked. Our deep state military.
Oh, well, so it means nothing.
Not to me. I mean,
Yeah.
not to me. I'm just saying, you know what comes along with that shit. Once they start getting attacked like that, it's static because the corrupt government and military can't hold their own, so they have to pass that on to the innocent people. You know that as well as I do.
Right. It's and it's in other words, it's a great it's a great money-making infomercial opportunity.
Yeah.
Invest now.
I will say one thing. With this guy. He fought for us. You know what I mean? Whether or not it was the right thing to do or not, but he fought for our freedoms. And the thing is, I've watched this guy get censored since I started YouTube. And the thing is, he keeps coming back. And he uses the same name, he just adds a different number to it. And then he keeps going till they yank that channel. So that right there is a few signs to me that's kind of good because it's some stuff that I was taught a long time ago. Sticking to your guns is very important.
Yeah. That's for sure. As long as it's a clean barrel,
Yes, yeah, and that's just it. And I guess you'd have to hear and listen to some of the stuff. I think the stuff that turns me off against the guy is when he starts going into the remote viewing and stuff like that. He gets a little bit, too delicate under the feather, if you know what I'm saying.
Remote viewing.
Oh, that shit's real. I've done it.
Yeah, of course it is.
If it wasn't remote viewing that I was doing, then I was literally looking through time.
But what is it that he's saying that sets you off about that?
Just the way he goes about it. It just don't quite settle. But then again, I had my own personal experience, but I don't understand it. So I don't want to take his information. I don't trust him. You know what I mean?
Okay. Gotcha.
I either look through time. Listen to me. I either look through time and seen a whole bunch of women and kids getting hurt somewhere. I don't understand the language, but I could understand. I'll put it that way. And now it seemed like it was happening right then.
What's his channel or name or whatever it is?
Michael Jaco.
Michael Jaco. Sort of rings a bell. Not sure. Huh.
The dude literally wrote the book for the SEALs. Again, there's certain things that don't settle quite right with the guy, but if you look at the numbers on the shit he's spitting and how it happens, he's on point.
Yeah.
I don't take everything he says to heart, but I do have to admit, so far, pretty much everything he's put out there has happened.
Well, when it's all a play, and if you know what the story is, then
Bingo.
it's not hard to do that. It doesn't mean you're a psychic. It just means you know the script before it was put out. That's all.
Oh, dude. Hey, I love you, dude, Guru.
Likewise, I just tell the truth.
Hey, what am I, chopping meat over here? What's he got I don't have?
Yeah. You pay your rent.
Oh, I'm sorry there, Matt.
Yeah. Damn.
You're my man. I won't forget about you either. For being 70-some years old, you're not as grumpy of a cuss as I thought.
No. I drink that Geritol.
Most of the vets that I know that are your age are pretty fucking grumpy dudes.
I drink a lot of Geritol.
All right. I'm trying to talk to my buddies, and you're chewing that bone louder and louder, buddy.
Yeah.
Listen, this dog is so perfect. He has to touch my foot. No matter what, he has to touch my foot or something.
God, is he eating through a bone or is that a bowl?
It's a bone. It's a big ass one of them leg bones from a cow.
Yeah.
He found it outside yesterday and brung it in, and now I'm hearing click click all night while I'm trying to sleep. And oh man.
Next one, right?
I got my point across to my brother. I think he's fucking getting it there. Oh, hey. I got a new what do they call the picture you put up here? A new font. You should put me on the big thing and read it. It's fucking awesome, dude. Straight to the point.
I don't think you can do that on phone, can you?
If you put my picture up there on big screen, I don't know how to do it. I did it once on mine.
Oh, he can put your camera.
Yeah, if my avatar says something about the top doing this and that, and I'm coming for the people at the top.
Oh, that's what he means, right? To put his avatar right here.
Yeah, just my main picture right here. It's cool, dude. I ran across it yesterday. Hey, what do you think about that conspiracy theorist music guru?
That's him and Doc. Do that show? Is that what you're talking about?
They call him the conspiracy music guru or theory guru or something like that. He put a song out called "I Will Not Acquiesce." Dun, dun. It sounds like a Metallica song, but it's a song he made, but it's totally obliterating the brainwash fuckers. He's got one called "They Lie."
I think I might have stumbled across it. Because it really sounds familiar. Let's see if I'm sub to that.
Conspiracy music guru or something like that, or something. I like the music. It's pretty cool. You know what I just learned though last night? Guru means leader or teacher, don't it?
Teacher, yeah, in Hindi.
Yeah.
That's right. That's the original. Oh, here we go. No, I wasn't sub. Conspiracy music guru.
All right, listen, buddy. I think you're annoying my buddies with that. I'll take this phone for now and put it in the drawer. You can have it later.
I got a bone to pick with you.
Yeah, it's okay, dude. I know. Don't get mad, dude. It's okay. Oh, he snuffed at me. Yeah, I don't think that digital currency is going to go so well for him, bro.
That depends on who's left over.
It ain't gonna happen, dude. You know what I just found out? They did it in Africa and one other country. The people have already burnt. The people have already burnt the whole town down. I'm for real. They're having an issue, and they tried it in some fucking scam place where America's got some scam bullshit going on in Africa, and they totally obliterated everybody. From what I'm gonna understand, they're trying to kill any white person that has to do with America. and no offense, just from what I know of what Dr. Fusi and Billy Gates there have done over there, I wouldn't blame them. I would not fucking blame them one bit just for what them two motherfuckers alone did, not counting any other motherfucking criminal. You know what? I read a thing on Dr. Fusi and Bill Gates with their AIDS scam that they ran over there. Do you know how many hundreds of thousands of males they mutilated? Do you know just their fucking? There's just how many dudes are out there that they mutilated their peckers.
Damn.
Yeah, it's bad, dude. It's insane. These motherfuckers are wanted dead or alive around the fucking world, and everybody just listened to them like they were a god. When they started pumping that vaccine, the first thing that popped in my mind was the fact that these dudes are wanted dead or alive out of where is it, India, and they barely got out alive. Them motherfuckers were barely able to get on their fucking airplane.
You realize that they're just spokespeople, though, right?
Oh yeah. I'm not stupid. Like Zuckerberg, he's a fake
Snuckleberg? Is that what you said?
Yeah. It's a hood thing. We call blowjobs the skull hole. Skuckle. So, like, if you come around a corner and there's a dude getting a blowjob, you just kind of look at him, man, you couldn't find a better place to get the skuckle, and you keep going. What? You mean to tell me you ain't coming around a corner and fucking found a dude getting a skuckle job?
I'm just enjoying my sandwich.
Yeah, well, listen, that other dude lives in Detroit. If he ain't seen it, then he ain't getting out enough.
I was asking if, never mind, maybe to get involved.
Man, I've seen broads bend over bars to give it up, dude. I'm serious, man. I've been at clubs down there watching fucking bitches literally at the end of the bar. Dude,
Barbara's my sister. That's all I'm saying.
I didn't even realize what the dude was doing until he walked away. He walked away, pulls his shit up, and I'm like, "Are you fucking serious?" And they were like, "Uh-huh." And this bitch reaches up, grabs some napkins off the table, wipes her shit, throws it on the fucking. It was outside bar.
Oh my God.
And it was like 2:30 in the fucking morning. And I'm like, "Are you fucking serious?" And the bar dude looks at me and he's like, "Dude, oh,
land of the free, home of the free."
you know what I thought? Pussy, dude. No.
Let's go.
I'm just.
Oh.
He's laughing. You guys like, oh my God.
That's what bootlegging's for.
I'm a one girl kind of guy. I don't do all the other trash bullshit. Me and my girlfriend are running around with a hardcore guy from the Outlaws, and he couldn't go home.
I'm the same way. It's just one at a time.
Well, he rents a hotel room, and he asked me and my old lady if we wanted to join him and his girl in the shower, and we're like, no thanks. Dude goes in the shower, me and my girl are sitting there watching TV, and all of a sudden I hear, "Wrong hole." I'm like, oh my God, dude.
Oh wow. Now that's a patriot.
Oh, dude, my girl looked over at me and just starts laughing. I'm like, oh my God.
That's funny.
You know what's funny though? We kept our mouth shut. As soon as they were done in the shower, they come out the shower, cleaned up, put their fucking last little bit of their clothes and shit on. He left me in the fucking hotel room the whole day.
Well, if somebody yells wrong hole, I'm probably going to keep my mouth shut too,
Talk about getting the burn end of the stick.
Right. I mean, that or fire in the hole. I definitely keeping that trap shut.
Dude, it was so fucking funny. You had to have been. It was fucking funny, dude. I'm not a brown eye type of guy. A butthole's a butthole. I've never even committed sodomy. I've never committed sodomy, so I don't know nothing about it.
I like it when they wink at you.
Oh my God. Hey, I tell you what, you want to start a fight with a gay guy? Look at him and say, if I farted, would you wink? Be ready, listen, be ready to box, dude. I'm telling you.
Will you wink?
Who the fuck was it? I was young. I was raised around some rough dudes, and they didn't tolerate that. Matter of fact, my cousin went to prison for 15 years for pig sticking a homo. A dude come up and asked him if he wanted his dick sucked, and he just fucking started pig sticking him. And
Wow.
he went to prison for it.
I guess that meant no.
Yeah. So I grew up, and I had a guy pull me aside, a guy that I trained with at a young age. He pulled me aside and he said, "Hey, look, man, you got to stop doing that." And I'm like, "What? Fuck that butthole shit, dude." And he's like, "No, you can't." He's like, "The karma that comes with that, man." He's like, "You're gonna get caught up." I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? Fuck them homos. That shit's wrong. He's like, "You can't do that." And I'm like, "The hell I can't." And he's like, "Dude," and he explained. And then he goes, "Here, okay, let me put it in Leighton terms. Where are your cousins at? Not just one, but where are both of them? One's in prison for life, never getting out. The other one's doing 10 to 15. You want to be like them?" I'm like, "Okay, I get it."
Wow. That's a hard life too. It is.
I knew no. That's why I don't. You see, there's where the problem I have with people saying they deserve it. How can you blame somebody when they don't fucking know? How can you blame somebody that was taught wrong? Okay, if they were taught wrong or don't know nothing else,
The first
it's
time.
yeah. I mean, you can't hold them to account, but to a point. Now,
After
once they
that,
understand, listen. Now,
yeah,
once they understand and they know they're doing wrong and we're taught wrong and they don't correct it, yeah, then we got a problem.
yeah. If you don't learn after the first time, what's wrong with you? That's the question.
Yeah.
You know, I don't need to get electrocuted more than once. I probably don't need to get electrocuted the first time, but some
I don't
people,
mean.
I guess, need a little shock here and there.
I don't
Oh,
mean to be. I don't have to get laid once. I'll do it twice.
What he's trying to say, he's still working on the virginity aspect.
Yeah. The brown eyes looking good.
Yeah, yeah. Wink, wink.
oh God, you guys are something else. So how's the RV shopping going?
Really good. We have it all picked out. We're just got a bidding war going on from the loan agencies, so we're letting them hash it out and get the best arrangement.
Gotcha.
And in the meantime, doing all the shopping. So when that's settled and it's here, it'll be a nice transition out the door. And I think this week actually should be. Everything's looking great.
He even bought me a chauffeur's uniform so I can drive him around.
I'm hoping some people start showing up. I could use a hand. Listen, I'm not remotely worried about it. I know things are going to go to a certain extent where people are going to have to live like this just because it's going to be too gnarly to deal with the cleanup. But
Hmm.
listen, to do the off-grid living and stuff like
I met
that,
somebody.
if you're out in the woods to do it all by yourself, you're going to have to keep it raw and basic. You're never really going to get that
Coming.
far ahead.
For sure. You got a lot of work.
Yeah, it's just, and I don't give a rip
Coming.
what anybody says, dude, because I've had the luxury of having money thrown at it, and money don't help that situation. You have to know what the fuck you're doing. You have to have the
Yep.
skills. And the thing is, I'm gonna put this out there. I got fucking lucky that I had that kind of money thrown at the situation because I learned what didn't work at a free cost to me.
The technology can help mitigate the setup hardship. That's where it's most useful. After that, though, when you're set up, you still got to know it all, because if you don't, when that technology goes sideways, and it will,
Yeah.
you
Good
don't want to
morning,
be
Eddie.
dependent.
Gentlemen.
Well,
Good
listen,
morning.
they ain't gonna cut these phones. The reason they're not gonna cut these phones, they want to be able to advertise to the rest of the world what they're doing. They're not gonna
Yeah,
cut these phones. They're not going
Yep.
to cut these phones, dude.
That's why they're not going to cut off the internet as well.
Yep. I've seen that. Listen, hey, I got a visual of that. I listen. I don't understand what's going on with some of the stuff. I started polluting myself when it happened, but
You started what?
I started polluting myself with cigarettes and stuff again.
Oh, shit, man.
Well, I don't want to see that shit, dude. I mean, no offense, but I get what's going on, but I don't want to see fucking women and children crying and hurting and shit. That's fucking gnarly shit, dude.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
I couldn't understand the words, but I could understand. It was gnarly.
Yeah, I don't like to see people get hurt either. At the same token, though, it never had to get like this, and people made this choice. So I just see it as nature doing its mathematical thing to keep itself in check, you know, and it can look harsh that way, and it is in a sense, but that's only because we're in a micro tunnel view of things. On the overall, it's neither one way or another. It just is. It's the way that it functions. It has to happen. It's inevitable. You can only stretch a rubber band so far. It's going to snap.
Yeah, but from what I'm to understand, from what the stars just shifted, we just went into the Aquarius, 1,000 years apiece, didn't we?
That falls into those beliefism things.
I agree, but the thing is, it's factual. You can see stuff that has happened throughout history by the stars. Now, that doesn't mean it ain't controlled by some other, controlling faction. But
yeah, and I agree that there's mathematics that can be harnessed of that completely. The narrative that you just said, though, is the source that it's coming from. So I don't particularly lean towards that being probable. But even if it was, it's no more or less relevant than the moon tides. You know, we still have all the same decisions. It just means that different frequencies are more prominent around here. That's all.
gotcha.
Which could be a very good thing for people who know how to work with that. It's all perspective.
And that's what I'm wondering if it doesn't mean something else totally that people just don't understand. I'm watching the change in the natural vegetation out in the woods. I'm watching certain species of trees die off and other species come in. Yeah, I'm watching other species
crazy.
come back.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of oddness, but then there's a lot of, compromising that's been going on for quite some time. So that's a huge factor, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying that's what I'm watching. I'm just, what I'm physically observing. I did notice about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, though, that I'm seeing different plants in the water. It almost looked to me like the plants in the water were morphing into something else.
Probably. Either for survival, they're evolving, or mutating because of things that are being dropped from the sky. Who knows? Could be probably a combination of everything.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
You know the lily pads? You know the lily pads that float on the lake with the little flower that pop up once or twice a season?
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
Well, those lily pads, we had 3 private lakes, and my bedroom overviewed the biggest lake. So when I get up in the morning to do my smoke routine or let the dogs out or whatever, I'd always get in a boat and I'd canoe around the lake as fast as I could for my exercise in the morning. So you tend to notice that shit, and the vegetation under the water was changing. It looked different. That lily pad vegetation looked different than I had ever seen it before.
Talking about chemtrails?
Yeah, interesting.
I'm just telling you what I observed, man. I lived on that lake for over 16 years. I mean, I traveled here, and don't get me wrong, but I lived on that lake. And I know that lake very well. It's called Stowe Lake on Deer Lake Road.
We got you back. You were gone there for a bit.
Me?
Yeah, you're back now.
Nice. Who else we got in here? Did you bring somebody else up?
Yeah, Eddie Gannon.
Hey, Eddie.
Eddie,
Hey, guys.
Hi,
Gentlemen,
Eddie.
happening?
I'm almost out of maple syrup, guys. Somebody's going to have to help me out.
Well, I can't figure out who
Got
lives in
any
Canada.
connections, right?
Here, listen. If you think I'm fucking bullshitting, listen. If you think I'm bullshitting, I just wiped out a gallon of
Shit.
maple syrup, yo.
Damn.
But that's just it. I used 2 teaspoons of maple syrup in my coffee.
Are there not maple trees in your location? I'd be surprised if there wasn't. There's tons in Ontario, right?
I got maple all over.
Shit, I'd be
But I don't.
harvesting that left, right, and center.
Well, I don't have the means. I don't have the means to go purchase the stuff, and other people don't hear what I got to say because they're zombies. So they'll go buy a little plastic toy from McDonald's instead of something usable. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that loud? Did that come out loud? I'm sorry, man.
What do you say? I'm hearing bells.
There's only one rule on the station. You're not allowed to apologize. Everything else goes.
I didn't say. I thought I said my bad. I was taught that a long time ago. A true leader never says he's sorry. He just corrects the situation.
Apology is another distraction.
Yeah.
Hey, Eddie.
It means nothing, and it doesn't. What did it actually do? That's a discussion in itself. But saying you're sorry is not taking responsibility for something.
Hey, new guru, you know what I seen? You know what I seen?
Enlighten me.
I seen them zombies coming to me, guys like you, to help fix shit because they don't get it and don't understand. And when everything falls apart, they just go like this. Hey, the ones who think they know it all go.
That's a big basis behind the project I'm doing.
I'm serious. When it pops, that's what I've seen. The ones that act like they're hardcore and know everything, when they realize what they know is bullshit, they sit back in the corner and go like this. Most of them, not all of them, but a good portion of them just sit back and go, oh, because they lost their shit.
There will be people, mark my words.
You know what it reminds me of? What I've seen? It reminds me of the stories I heard from my uncles in Vietnam that when shit would crack off, dudes would just cry and they'd have to drag them out of the fucking woods.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was just about to say. There will be people, mark my words, that will die because they have to be right. They'll just stand frozen because they're so exotically narcissist in their head.
And they cut my phone. Hey, as soon as we started talking about that, they cut my fucking audio on my phone. I can't understand anything you guys are saying.
Oh, no. You still a scramble? Can you hear us yet? No, I think we're losing him. Yeah, he needs to get a signal boost. Maybe I'll talk to him about that. He might not want it though because of the amplify the Wi-Fi on his place, but maybe they're not that expensive.
I'll be right back. They cut my audio. I'm gonna stock my stove and I'll be right back.
Okay.
That's a good thing to ask Gannon. Gannon, have you got any chemtrails at your place?
Pardon?
Have you ever any chemtrails?
Chemtrails?
Yeah, jets shooting out. Where are they shooting out? It's not poisonous, but it's.
Well, yeah, it is.
Is it?
Well, I mean, unless you can get up there and know exactly what it's, but what they profess it is heavy metals, aluminum based and aerosol based primarily.
Yeah, there is some. I mean, it'd be way on the other side of town though. Like it'd be coming from electric stations and um, like big silos and stuff.
The only place I know of so far at the moment that doesn't get them very much is Mexico. I only know that because Jeff Berwick's videos always have blue skies. Always. He said like twice a year they get chemtrails.
That's it.
That's it.
Wow.
Yeah. After all, after all that, you know, Mexico is the country of choice for freedom. Can you fathom that?
Anybody want to move to Mexico?
Yeah, I'll meet you in Cancun.
The peso's doing great now. Did you know that? It's actually, you know, climbing up the ladder quite good over the last couple of years. It's funny.
Oh,
Funny to watch.
if things work right, Eddie Gannon might be coming to America. If things work right.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. He'll be like about 8 miles from me, or
I
8
pity
hours.
the fool.
You know.
America.
It's not like apparently like our government has been at it again with these people in the south, like more southwest. They something about kids.
Mhm.
Did you see my video that I made for you?
Like for me,
Yeah, about those leaders. I'm sorry, traitors.
yeah.
That's better.
Yeah, I caught myself.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to start a Satoshi kiddie pool for semantics now. You're in trouble.
There goes my pistachios I was trying to get. Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple more early quotes. Let's have at her.
If you want to if you want.
Did you catch it? Did you catch it?
Hey, Gary, can you read that for me, please?
No. No. Anybody, don't matter. Go ahead.
If you want to read, no. If you want to change the world, all you have to do is be the change you want to see. I like that. Tricky, but I like that. You have to change, not the world.
Well, when you change the world.
I do the change.
You change your own world.
And you change the world. In fact, you're doing it every day, knowingly or unknowingly. You're a constant part of changing.
You wouldn't think so, but yeah, you're right about that. 1% of the time.
People overlook the obvious.
Taking care of the boys right quick. Okay.
Loud and clear, right?
Front and center. Okay. Leave every moment lying. Oh, I gotta move my glasses at. Motherfucker.
Live every moment like it was your last, because when you least expect it, it will be.
Thank you, Eddie.
Hold on. If you believe in liberty and freedom, then you should give up your nationality, because they are
Yeah.
opposites.
Opposites. Yep. Which is true.
Yeah, after today's discussion, that should be really clear now.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Where was Gator when I needed him? Thanks, Cannon. Now you show up.
No problem.
Yep.
Remember, these are the beginning quotes that I put out. Same thing I'm saying now.
Just amazing as you remember all that stuff.
If you follow a rule for fear of being put in a cage, you have failed to realize you are already in one.
If you follow the rule for fear of being put in a cage, you have. If you follow a rule for fear of being put in a cage, understand that. You fail to realize you are already in one. Because you already fear.
Yeah, and because
Fear's
you're
putting you in a
obeying.
cage.
Yeah, just the walls might be a little bigger. Right?
I got you now. All right.
You're doing as you're told. You're still in a cage.
How true that is.
Freedom is a simple choice, not something you achieve by following any formulas.
Even further than that, I'd go to say now, freedom is a lifestyle.
Oh, there we go. There he is, Guru.
And never underestimate the power of a small group of people have to change their world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has.
Hey, you know what George Carlin said too that was really good? Never underestimate stupid people in large groups.
Oh, that is the perfect yin and yang. The yang to this thing. Absolutely.
Listen,
Hold on, guys.
I prefer
My
to
wife's
look
waking
at
up. I'm back.
well, George Carlin
Okay.
used to be my favorite comedian. I'm serious. I watched all that dude's skits, dude, when I was a kid. I'm serious. Like my vacation days off from work at 18, that's what I do is sit home and get fucking stoned and drunk and watch George Carlin. I got arrested once watching George Carlin.
What were you doing to get arrested? Just watching.
My sister was bugging out. I was like 17 or 18. My sister
Uh-huh.
started bugging out, was hitting me and shit. So I snatched her. I bear hugged her. Literally, I put my two arms right around her, squeezed her, picked her up, took her to the back door, set her out the back door, shut it, and locked it. And went back to my movie. Next thing you know, I hear Mr. Beach. And I stand up, turn around, and the motherfuckers maced me right in the face. I didn't even get a one word out.
No way. No way.
Yeah, my cousin stepped back, was like, whoa, what the fuck, dude? And I was like, you bitch ass motherfucker, did you just spray me in my own fucking house while I'm watching a comedy? The fuck is wrong with you, motherfucker? Get on the ground. Fuck you, bitch. This is my house. I didn't get on my knees. They took me to jail. And the whole neighborhood, listen, it was such a bad situation. My sister was so fucking embarrassed. The whole neighborhood told her, you better go to the jail now and make this right or else. The whole neighborhood, not just my dad, not just my brother, but the whole fucking neighborhood, dude.
Wow.
Yeah. Cops weren't happy about that. They had to drop everything and let me out. They didn't want to, though.
Right. Of course.
It was an odd time. They were literally taking all my people to prison at the time for a whole slew of stuff. I'm talking everything from murder, bank robbery, pig sticking faggots. I mean, I could go on. No, I wasn't involved with it. I was busy working, but
Fuck. Complacency is a real pandemic.
Yeah, the hood is no place to be. I mean, it's a trap. Unfortunately, and I watch that again. You get them fucking. They're almost like automatons, whatever they call it. What do they call that when it's like a robot?
Um,
Automatons, like an animated man.
yeah, I got you.
Um, that's my view of it because everybody that I know that was raised in the city and lived in the city their whole life, you can say, "Hey, look, dude, that ain't how it's supposed to be," and point it out, and they will look the other way like you didn't even say nothing that made sense.
Yeah, it might even be
And there
literal.
goes the audio. They just cut my fucking audio, man. Fuck, it sucks.
Again. You ever think of getting a signal boost? Fuck, I'll have to mention to that if it gets back. Okay, well, we'll fill in the gaps here. Eddie, fire away.
What's that?
The words from the screen.
Any rule that violates a right is invalid. Thereby, every rule is invalid by default because it violates your right to be free.
I'm going to have to work on this one because I've evolved from the whole rights thing. But in principle, it still sounds correct. Not to mention that every rule is just a fallacy except for nature. Interesting to see some of my first one.
If you want liberty, you have to choose it. Nobody else is responsible for that but yourself. The belief in and self-identification with this fiction called a nation is the epitome of indoctrination.
Epitome.
Let go of it and be free. Remember, if you stick your head in the sand, your ass is a wide open target. Don't be an ostrich. I like that. Remember, when you point your finger at someone, there are 3 more fingers pointing back at yourself. The only real pandemic is the belief there is one. Live free or die. There are 2 E's in life: E for excuses and E for enthusiasm. Which one do you choose every day? No and not to apply is no different than not to know.
I'm going to come back here for a second. Mitchie, if you're in the basement, if you're back, did he drop? Yeah, he dropped.
He did, yeah.
Head down and. Okay, you're probably Mitchie. If you're in the basement, well, you know where. Right, stepped away for a bit. I'll be back in a minute. His wife will woke up. He said. Oh, you've been in the chat for a while still. Taking care of the boys right quick. Crap. Liberty or death. I have full signal. I'm not too cool with this. You have full signal. Huh. It writes here, form of okay, as long as and fine. Yeah. Hopefully, okay, back to these again for a bit. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'll put this on, but we'll wait till Rights gets back. Really good reminders for him. A law and a rule are oxymorons, not synonymous, because a law is a principle of the perfect wisdom of nature, and a rule is a made-up fiction from an idiot or a bunch of idiots. People really got to get this one. This more people understood this, that would make such a huge difference for people complying with their bullshit. It's amazing how a word, even a small one, can have such an effect on the human psyche. It's the law. It's the law.
Yeah.
Obey. It's the law.
I am the law.
I am the law. You see this badge? All right, Mr. Law. Show me how
You're
you
not
can make.
shit, boy. I say, you're not shit, boy.
Show me how you can overrule gravity, Mr. Law.
What has the law done? Nothing.
It's just an imagination.
Yeah. They're only paid security guards. That's all they are.
Exactly. Mercenaries.
Yeah.
Because they go to they don't question moral compass, right? They just do as they're told, like minions, Muppets. No question of morality or nothing. Complete puppetry. Robots. Possibly quite literally robots. But, you know, so are the sheep that follow these laws, right? Advocate bootlickers. Robots. We need to pay our taxes. What do we do without the cops? Fuck, I go have lunch more in peace. That's what I do. Must pay my taxes so that keep away the person who would come and steal my money from me.
Yeah.
America.
Merc.
All right, well, we'll do a couple more quotes while we're waiting, and I can do them again. Oh, yeah, this is interesting. Doesn't really matter if the Earth is flat, round, or a triangle. What really matters is whether or not you blindly believe it's either just because someone else told you so.
Yep.
Democracy is a form of and synonym for dictatorship. Why? Because it means that some people are forced to comply with other people's mandates against their will. Mob rule. That is a morally incorrect, unnatural, and insane way to live, and it is criminal in its foundation. Stop advocating for it, Stop believing in it. Stop funding it. Stop paying any attention to it. Stop voting for it and stop participating in it altogether. Otherwise, that makes you a criminal too. Mortality is an illusion, so fear not your temporary state of mortal vulnerability. This is a good one. Standing still, watching a bully makes you just as much a bully. Standing still and watching a tyrant makes you just as much as a tyrant. Standing still and watching a criminal makes you just as much a criminal. Voting and paying for any of these makes you a domestic terrorist.
I'm back.
Hey,
What happened to Michigan? He took off?
he fell again.
God, what do I? Okay.
Check and see if he's in the basement.
Here's one for you.
Nope.
Arguing with idiots is like playing chess with a pigeon. No matter how good you are, the board is going to shit on the ball and strut around like it won anyway.
You missed a whole bunch of good quotes, right? So we solved the world's problems.
Damn.
We had it all together.
Well, there's only one thing I can do. Thanks, guys. I'll see you. I was going to do it for you, but you did it for me. Okay.
Yeah, spoken like a true vet, eh?
Yeah. Damn.
Revenge can be bittersweet, but if you sit back and watch, karma can be pure entertainment.
Revenge is never sweet.
Revenge is best served cold. Is that what it was called?
Yeah. Best. It's always going to come with a grain of salt.
And that would be vengeance, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Vindictiveness.
Oh, me? Shit.
All right, Rights. You read the next one.
Oh, I just said I have a cigarette. Okay, hold on. I'm coming.
Oh, no. Go ahead. Have your cigarette first. All
Okay.
right.
Okay, get it.
All right.
Keep going, Eddie. You're doing good, buddy. I'll be done just a short.
You're such a fucking pushover.
I didn't mean it.
Well, I believe he's saying this one, but anyway.
Excuse me. Damn it.
Live every moment like it was your last, because when you least expect it, it will be.
Again, believe it or not, Guru did all this by himself. Didn't even copy. He just did it by mind. That's amazing.
I don't know.
All right. Read this one to Mr. Vets.
If you believe in liberty and freedom, then you should give up on your nationality, because they are opposites.
Which is true. You believe in your birthright. You believe in government.
If you follow a rule for fear of being put in a cage, you have failed to realize you are already in one.
Wait, I think we did those. It was here. There we go. This is one we left off. This one here. This shows you how I evolved. This one is before I figure out that rights were also a scam.
Yeah, that's right. Pick on me.
Quit being a scammer. It says any rule that violates a right is invalid. Thereby, every rule is invalid by default because it violates your right to be free. In principle, it still holds true, but I've evolved from this, so I would never write this again. It would be different. Because rights
but like
are an
you said,
imaginatory thing.
you just starting out too, though.
Yeah, this is 2 years ago now. I wrote that.
Wow.
Like that. If you want liberty, you have to choose it. Nobody else is responsible for that but yourself.
That's true. Yes. There we go. There you go. That is true. Very true.
The belief in and self-identification with this fiction called a nation is the epitome of indoctrination. Let go of it
about that.
and be free. Yep.
We're just talking about that. Nation.
You might have, I don't know if you ever seen this one, right? But I'll let you read this one yourself when you're back.
Yeah, I just got done. I just now got done. Okay. Oop.
Might need your glasses.
Okay. Yakamoto Aso Amatata. Okay, hold on
Turn your glasses the other way.
Remember, yeah, stop. Okay. Remember, if you stick your head in the sand, your ass is wide. Open target. Don't be an ostrich.
And I'm serious. I sent that out to everyone.
Did you really?
Yeah, all of these got sent out. Every one of them. And this is what I say to all the sheep who just want to, ignore the truth, right? I ignore the ignorant, but, I leave them with this. Go ahead and stick your head in the sand all day long if you want.
They're going to pay for it. They're going to pay.
Yep.
They will pay.
Keep winking.
Yep. It's a hell of a way to get a Sunday.
you can either keep winking or try park our bike somewhere.
Right. At least these ones have eyelashes.
and you can park our bike as well.
They've got themselves covered a little better, but you guys, you're in trouble.
It's a hell of a way to get a suntan. Damn. What's this say? Remember when you point your finger at someone, there are 3 more fingers pointing back at yourself. Yes. And you know what I hear people say? When you point your fingers, 4 fingers point back to you. Not 3, but 4.
4?
Yeah. I heard someone say, yeah. When I put my fingers down, 4 fingers point back to me. I laughed my ass off.
I would have said, are you accusing me of not knowing how to count?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, it's so easy to judge other people, Try to judge yourself is hard, It is.
Right.
The only real pandemic is the belief there is one. Yes. That was the biggest freaking farce.
LARP of LARPs.
And it still is.
Yeah. What's that say? Live free or... Oops, hold on, Michigan's here. There we go. Live free or die. That's my motto. For my dead cold hands.
Hey, yeah, that deep state military getting attacked thing, I'm fairly confident that'll be happening, dude. They haven't taken it offline and they haven't censored the guy.
Yeah.
Yep. Which means that's part of their psyop, like you said, they know.
Yeah,
I'll tell
just more distraction.
Yep, agreed. Well, a lot of times I don't even watch this stuff. I got a little trick that I was taught by a guy, and you can skim headlines and then put that together, and it'll give you your story.
It really, for so long now, for me, it's made no significance because it's all the same movie. You know, the action scene might be a little bit different, but it's still a repeat movie.
Yep, agreed.
You know, and it only made any significance or impact on my life for as long as I watched it. That's it.
And that was one thing I was trying to get across to Vet last time we were talking. I'm done paying attention to that. It means nothing. We know it's corrupt. We know it's criminal.
Right.
We know it's going to buckle. Why waste energy on it?
Exactly. There's nothing else left to do once you realize that, right? Realize that, but to go in another direction. You know.
Yeah, I'm just getting that across to my little brother. And I keep telling him, look, dude, left right paradigm is a bird going to the same fucking place. You're just fucking bickering and arguing with people, and it's brainwashing enslavement. I was like, stop, you're wasting time.
Yep. At the wrong hour. Not that there's a right hour, but you know, at this point, you're still doing that. It's like, oh boy.
Well, me and my brother bump head a lot, and a lot of it has to do with where we were raised, conditions, stuff like that, and the brainwashing.
Yeah, of course. You know, blood means nothing when it comes to that.
You know, and
oftentimes it can mean even more clashing. You know,
and that's what I was worried about, and I've been trying to think very intellectually how to get it across to him, because you say certain stuff to certain people, they automatically take it as an insult.
Right.
You know, and you know what I kept doing to him was sticking my finger in my mouth and blowing my chest up like a balloon. and I was like, you know, and I was like, and I just start screaming at him, pure white trash, because he couldn't get it, and he'd fucking blow up, freak out on his own brother that just busted his ass out with slop snowstorm to make sure you had fucking wood to keep your balls warm for free. Shut your fucking suckhole, motherfucker. You ain't talking to me like that, you know?
Yeah.
People don't get it. They just
Yeah.
well, they don't care.
Yeah, I figured it out. It's working. It's like last night. Was down there fetching water and taking care of some other stuff, and the storm was coming across, and we were both low on wood. My quad was broke, and I took care of it first thing. And matter of fact, I put another job off because the quad broke, and we had no firewood, and I don't have a truck right now. So I get done with that, and I immediately went out into the woods and started cutting. And I come up with one half-ass decent load for myself, and then, you know, took care of this place and went down to his place to get water and stuff and take care of the dogs. And he realized his buddy's like, hey, dude, it's dark and you don't have no fucking wood. There's a storm coming. Mm-hmm. And I told him, I was like, just come down to my place, take all my wood. He's like, what? I was like, yeah, I got a half-ass decent mountain of wood. Just take it all. I got some cut out in the woods, and my stuff is stacked up. You just pull up, take mine, and I'll shoot out in the woods with a quad and a light on my head and get the rest, and I'm good for 2 or 3 days. Oh. I was like, listen, just come take my shit. I got it. You don't need to be out cutting in the dark. And I was like, listen, I got it. Come take my shit, and we'll be good. He came down here. We loaded this truck, a buddy's truck for him, and he left. Well, I had accidentally grabbed the dude's cigarettes. And while I'm out in the woods by the road fetching my wood at like 11 o'clock last night, I see headlights, which is unusual out here. And it turns in my driveway. And I'm like, hey, what the fuck? Who's in my place at 11 o'clock at night? You know? So I strapped my logs down and took off on the quad and pulled up in here. And I come pulling up with the load on it. He's like, oh, wow, that is a decent load. I was like, I told you. I know what the fuck I'm doing. Quit arguing with me. Let's just do shit. You know what to do. I know what to do. Shut your fucking mouth. Let's do it. You know?
Yeah.
It's working out, dude. The more I get across that, he's got to dump that left-right paradigm. That system is dead. And I keep telling him, look, you keep wasting energy on that. That system's going to die more and more each day. And then that energy you put into it is dead with it.
Right.
Anyhow.
I with the corpse, right?
Exactly. And the thing is, as I'm thinking about how to tell him, intellectually without being insulting, that's the biggest thing, is doing it with dignity and respect. That's where for me, it gets hard, because I'd rather say, listen, dumb fuck, you're being brainwashed. Well, that
Yeah,
ain't working.
that's where I don't sugarcoat. I do blunt, because I know that it's the ultimate form of respect by saying it as it is.
I do, but that's just it. If you know it ain't gonna work with somebody, that's where the gun thing. That's why I keep saying to people, I don't fucking need a gun. I'm intellectual enough to deal with a fucking human.
Yeah, but you gotta realize, because people are on their own path, right? When the student is ready, the message appears.
Agreed. You know what? I wholeheartedly agree with that. And I tell you what, a lot of that stuff is metaphorical, but very fucking important. I got slapped with that vision thing. I think I hit a certain time frame when you self-segregate in nature. There's a thing that comes along with that in certain aspects and points in time.
Right. And you can't force somebody to learn something or look at something they don't want to look at. I mean, you can to a degree, but they're still not really gonna get it and understand, right? They're just gonna, if anything, feel like they're blinded for a second because it's too bright. It's got to be in time with their balance. Now, here's the conundrum with that. We're sitting on a beach and a tsunami is about to hit the fucking sand, and time is running out, and you're like, listen, there's a tsunami there. Stop playing basketball or volleyball. It's distracting you. You got to get off and get to shore. At some point, that thing's going to hit, and if they don't want to listen, you got to save yourself, right? And that's where it's like, what do I do? Because these people I care about around me, and I want to help them and whatnot. And unfortunately, the reality of the situation is you can't. They have to help themselves. They have to save themselves. All you can do is shout from the rooftop, there's a tsunami there, for as long as you're able to do so. That's the best you can do, really.
Yeah, but I also realize too, a lot of these people have to finish out their cycle, and they're gonna have to catch the next ride because they already missed this one.
That's right. That's right. It's too late for them to get off the sand, right? The tsunami is right there.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to suck that up, actually, when I seen it in my own people.
The thing is, you can ignore reality, but the consequence doesn't ignore you. And no matter how much that's a hard knocks reality of truth, people still choose ignorance. And you reap what you sow, And it's really only our ego that doesn't want to accept that anyway. Because it's bizarre, right? It's like, why would somebody just not want to hear a truth that they can save themselves from, especially, right? And when it's so bluntly obvious. But just because we don't jive with that, because we're not in that dumb class, doesn't mean that we get to decide for those people not to be, no matter who they are.
I don't know, man.
You can't wake somebody up who doesn't want to be woke.
I do know, like with that ostrich sticking his head in the sand, you can show people facts right now, and they just stick their head right in the fucking sand. They don't
That's what I'm
want to
saying. That's what I'm saying. You can't wake somebody up who doesn't want to be woke. They have to wake themselves up. You can't even wake somebody up. They have to do it. The only thing you can do is be a repeat beacon, an echo chamber, so that at the moment that they want to listen, by some chance, they'll catch the signal,
Well, I noticed that the people are thinning out up here. They're just no. I mean, like these people are no longer here. Seriously.
It's probably everywhere that way, you know. The
Um.
culling of the herd started 2 years ago.
Yep. And the thing is, it'll be almost like that apocalyptic movie. It's just not going to be all like that. It's really going to be odd. I'm seeing it right here. I'm seeing it up here right now, and I don't leave all that much, you know. And I could see it right now. People that have been at the same property for 20 years, you know, the whole family is just all of a sudden gone. Nobody's been at the property at all, you know.
Hmm.
Yeah, and it ain't like that, you know. And I know it because I know the family.
Right. I never
Interesting
did
times
it.
for sure. You know what's funny though is I ain't even scared. I'm just tired of fucking people getting in my way while I'm trying to do stuff. You put one of these little things up that was really kind of a tickler for me. If you're worried about sitting in a cell because somebody has a law, then you're already controlled.
Right. You're already in prison.
I would be 100% completely off grid if I didn't have to worry about the man showing up on my fucking property that I fucking pay taxes for and telling me that I can't harvest it the way I see fit.
That's why I advocate for weapons, for self-defense, for that purpose, because that reality is real. And the
Yeah.
funny thing is, it's not actually as prominent as you might think, though, because those people are really actually more cowardice than anybody else. And they actually, I was talking to Rex about this, from my experience, and I'm not saying that it wouldn't happen. And of course, it does from time to time, but more often than not, it's actually another LARP, because those people don't really actually want to put their lives in danger, and they know that when they're going in the off-grid arena, they're dealing with somebody who can think, somebody who would be classified as dangerous in their view, right? Somebody who may be willing to go to the distance. So they don't really want to deal with that. They really just want to deal with a bunch of airheaded, sheep-headed pussies who will obey commands, right?
You
It's
ain't
easy for them.
you ain't got to tell me. Listen, the cops give me a wide berth because they know I'm not the problem, and they know that fucking with me isn't going to do them any good, but maybe give them $1.
It's a headache, yeah, if anything, right? And it's not worth
Exactly.
putting their life at risk over.
Literally,
And
last time they fucked with me, I showed up with one of the biggest companies in the states work trucks, and they fucking it was step by step. Everything just went away.
right, and if there's a chance that you have allies, or if they know that you have allies, they don't have the arsenal like people might think. In
Yeah.
the hives, they do, sure, but out there, no, it's not. They're very, their resources are very thin out there because it's too costly, too expensive, right? Doesn't
Well,
make
I tell you what,
economical sense.
I don't know all that stuff. I'm not educated on it. But if you take the stars and go back and look, something happened about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. Something to do with the tides. I'll put it that way. And
Hmm.
everything shifted to where those police officers, tyrants, all of a sudden are now the criminals. Period.
Hmm.
No, I'm serious, and they know it. Listen, these guys know it. So now this is the only way I could put it into terms. Judgment Day started. And whatever is going on, the balance of the scales of justice have tilted, and now they're no longer just. Now they're criminal, and it's provable. It's already there per their own signature. I don't know how to explain it, but that's what's happening right now. We listen. I'm telling you right now, we're going to govern ourselves. A lot of what everybody's worrying about is just not going to be a problem. It's we're going to govern ourselves, and if you don't govern yourself right, then somebody may do it for you.
That's the way it's always been.
Yes. And that's what's going to happen. Like back in the day, people don't understand what that big wooden entrance thing was for at the front of like a ranch. You know that big where they put the big logs and then the fence, stops there at the gate. That big truss, the big truss thing they put at the front of a ranch with the name on top. People forget that those were originally there so that when they hung people from it, that was a message.
Right.
Yeah, and they did that all over. I mean, they do that all over. Leave the person fucking hanging there so that they knew what for.
Yeah. We have symbols too.
I'm just saying that's historically. I'm serious. I mean, it's docu. I've read stuff. They used to do gnarly stuff to rapists.
Say
Rapists.
what?
They used to do some gnarly shit to rapists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They should. Here's my view. Anybody who's in an act of aggression, of violent aggression, should be killed in the midst of their act. That's my view.
Agreed.
Instantly, right? And if we took it upon ourselves to do that a little more than we have, violence would mitigate itself very quickly, because nobody would feel they have the breathing room to do so.
Yep.
And it's because we've been so complacent in that. Well, I shouldn't say we. I should say, in the corporate cities, that just doesn't. It's not even. Never mind being lack of prominent. It just doesn't exist. And because it doesn't exist at all, the opposite has taken place. You're calling upon your rapists to come and save you from them. Where's the logic in this, right?
I want to be raped. What does she look like?
Jeez, aren't you married? Go get your wife some flowers.
Shh.
Get your wife some flowers, rub her feet. You'll enjoy it by the end of the day, I'm sure.
Oh my God, he's gonna ruin my marriage.
What a slug. No, I'm just kidding.
So let's throw up a slideshow, you'll be fine.
Guys, I gotta take off. I gotta do some stuff here with my wife. But Guru, thank you. I'm gonna leave you guys
You
up
bet.
here. So, and you guys have a good time, okay?
I'm
Michigan,
gonna
I'm glad you showed up. You too, Gannon, huh?
I'm gonna step off here, charge my phone for a minute, and then I'm gonna go live. I'm stuck inside. We got an ice storm, so
You want to go there to his place, you guys, or you want to stay here?
I'm
Sure.
gonna be about a half hour to an hour.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll jump off too, anyways. The start of the new day here, so
Okay.
might as well just close her off here, Mitchie. If you're on it soon enough, then I'll catch you. If not, I'm gonna get on to dealing with these loan companies.
Uh-oh.
Yes, sir. I'd say probably about a half hour, 45 minutes.
All right, sounds good.
Have a good day, everybody. Thanks for letting me
All
on.
right, Miss Gannon, thank you for showing up.
Take care, guys.
Gannon, thank you. Anything you guys want to say before I close the shop here?
Well, it was a good chat. Thank you very much. And what was the name of it again? Oh yeah, what is this thing called? A nation. I think the moral of the lesson was, don't let the pole fuck you up the ass too hard. Have a good one.
Gannon, is there anything
Wink,
that
wink.
you want to say? Is there any wink? Is there anything else you want to say, Gannon?
No, sorry.
You
I'm
sure?
good. Yeah.
All right, everybody, have a good night. Do a little wink, wink for me too, eh? Thank you.